4-day week.
That's one way to look at it.
Well, for me, not for you.
I was going to say, I looked at yesterday as my last day off till Thanksgiving.
Well, to each his own.
I was going to say, just shut up and cash the checks, Moulton. It applies to you too.
Well said. Well said.
Just because they're not as big doesn't mean the same principle doesn't apply.
Right.
Mother-in-law all day yesterday. What are you doing? Nothing. I may get crazy. I may go out to eat. I sat outside for an hour and just let the wind. It was very windy here yesterday, like 25 miles an hour. I just sat outside and let the wind just hit me. It was beautiful. It's like that Caribbean storm wind. It's awesome. Morning, everybody.
I made the mistake of engaging an idiot on Facebook because he's all up in arms about how everybody said Texas was going to annihilate Ohio State. And I just simply said, Ohio State was favored in the game. And then he told me how much I was wrong by saying that. And I'm like, all right. Okay. Because he's mad that Feinbaum said it. It's like, what did you think Feinbaum was going to say?
Right. An SEC school against a Big Ten school, and you're surprised?
Right. Yeah, look, right. For the moment, Left Twix, Spurrier is right. I will reserve the opportunity for people to get better. Yeah, I asked my kid our poll question last night. He went LSU easy. I'm like, what about Florida State? He goes, I've been telling you for a month Alabama's not good. I'm not impressed. Like, oh, you have been saying that. Should have listened to you instead of Bud Elliott. Although Bud's track record is a little better, son. Don't know what to tell you.
Right. And we're booking him on Wednesdays and not you.
But I will tell you, we'll reserve judgment on that at this point.
Right. We do have an opening on Thursdays. Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you this first Tuesday of September. Hope you had a great Labor Day weekend, and thanks for starting your work week in many cases off with us. How the heck are you? And how'd your team do? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. We already have a poll question up, ladies and gentlemen. That's how fired up we are. How was your weekend?
It was good. My weekend was better than those that live in Alabama.
Yes.
Better than the Manning family.
Yes. Okay.
And, better than a few other better than things are in Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Chapel Bill, Mark. Chapel Bill.
Don't they want the name back this morning?
I think, did the game end before midnight? Were they able to get it back before Labor Day was over?
I'm not sure, because at 27-7, I decided it was time to go to bed. That was enough for me.
Yeah. First place, second half. It's like,
Yeah, I'm done. That's it for me.
I don't think this is going to be much of a game. Huh. How about that? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Week 1 of the college football season officially in the books. 2 days, 60 hours. That's how far we are away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys and the start of the NFL season, for that matter. Great show lined up for you. Jeff Cameron to talk about the Noles' huge win. Boy, they're going to have trouble raising that $50,000 for the field storming. That's how much the ACC fined them. Okay, boy, they're going to have trouble coming up with that money. Pat Kirwan to talk all things NFL. David Samson to talk all things, including his travels. He went to Tokyo and back in like 48 hours. Talk to him about it.
If it's not already delivered to the Florida State athletic director, if Jeff Cameron started his show today and said, we're going to change things up a little bit, today is going to be a telethon type day.
Right.
And we need to raise the money for the field storming. And I don't know what time Jeff begins. It begins 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever.
1.
Oh, okay.
At 1.
He would have the money by 1:07 at the very latest.
Hopefully their website could handle the traffic.
Right.
All right. Hopefully they're not giving out a phone number because, well, they don't have enough lines and enough people to answer them. Yes. But you said it for 2 days. You said, come on, Moulton. We got to find the upset. We got to find the big win. We got too many games. We know it's going to happen. Then South Florida won straight up, but, the spread was 5.5.
And it was Boise after all. It was a great win. I'm not taking anything away from what South Florida did. Very impressive. Loved every second of it. But we are talking about Boise.
Right. And
the biggest win of the weekend doesn't come against a group of 5 team.
Right. And you said, we looked at, there were some 13 and a half, 14-point spreads out there. And you said, one of these suckers is going to lose. Who's it going to be? And it was Alabama. And what a great win for Florida State. Some awesome wins this weekend. I mean, how about, come on now, all of you been dogging Brian Kelly. Come on now. Come on, a little love, a little something for the effort, huh?
And they put themselves in a little hole, found themselves down at the half, and the Nuss Bus got going in the second half. He looked very good.
He's
and
really good.
What was more impressive than what he did, David, their defensive line played really well. I mean, that was the part of the team a year ago that was, it was a knife through hot butter going through their defensive line. It was something that everyone was able to do. And their defensive line, against what we thought, and, we can be wrong about a lot of things, but what the experts thought was the guts of what made Clemson good this year was how good they were going to be on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Right. LSU defensively against Clemson's offensive line whooped them up front. And I don't think any of us saw that coming, David.
And Mark, what was the supposed strength of Alabama heading into this season? We didn't know about the quarterback. His
But
fourth
we
year on
knew at the line of
campus,
scrimmage they were good.
both sides.
Both sides, good.
Right. They were right. Okay. Florida State said, hold our beer. After the first drive of the game, Florida State just said, okay, now we know what they're going to do. And Gus said, I know how to run plays against Alabama. I'm good at it, in fact.
Especially when I have a quarterback who can run a little bit.
Right.
I mean, this is how I do it.
And our poll question is, who had the best win? And we threw South Florida on there. They got the Labor Day weekend started Thursday night with an upset over a nationally ranked team. We threw Florida State on there Saturday late afternoon into evening. We put LSU up there. That was Saturday night. And then there was Sunday night. I'll tell you what, can they play every year? Can they just can they sign a 20-year home and home, please? Come on. You got to, I mean, those two teams, they touch all the bases. They've got history. You can go back to the 80s, and they've got gravitas. And they've got gravitas whether they're 8-4 or 11-1. Can they play every year, please? Man, I love it when those two teams play.
You know, I do laugh at the way I watch a game, and I know you think a game a little differently than most, but here's Miami trying to hold on. It's 24-17.
Right.
They get the ball with a little less than 5 minutes, or they have the ball with a little less than 5 minutes. They run on first down and get 4 yards. So it's 2nd and 6. And there's 4:50 left. And I'm like, well, you got to run the ball here. You got to run some clock. And they decide to throw not once, but twice. And then give the ball back to Notre Dame. Notre Dame comes down and scores and ties it. And as they're throwing it twice, I'm going, what are you doing? Work the clock a little bit. And it turns out that their mismanagement, in my opinion, of the clock gave them enough time to go down and score the game-winning field goal. Were you thinking go for 2 that early by Notre Dame, by the way, when they scored to tie it? Or they scored to make it 23-24 and then would tie it with the extra point?
No.
Too early?
Yes. And I thought there was a chance they could get a stop. And even though they gave up a field goal, well, okay, it was just 3, so no. Mm-mm.
Just curious. But my
No.
buddy of mine that's a Notre Dame fan, in the moment, the minute they scored, my phone buzzed. He said, go for 2.
Okay. Now, the other way around, with what was it, like 1:09 on the clock when Miami's field goal went through? Something like that?
Yeah.
Now, if Notre Dame had scored the touchdown to make it 24-23 with 1:09 to go, I got no problems if they line up for 2. No problems at all. Okay, we played a win, the whole deal. Let's go. My defense has shut them down the last couple times they've had the ball. Yeah. I have no problems with 1:09 to go. With 4.5 minutes to go, I would have been like, And now that may not make any sense. I'm sure analytically I'd get destroyed for that. Okay. But no, I never thought about them going for 2. To be honest,
I didn't either. I mean, I just, you're one that thinks a little differently during the game than most people. And I didn't bother you at whatever 11:30 it was. But when I got that text, I thought about you. That's all. In all of these games, there weren't a lot of, you look back at a decision, go, ooh, they should have done that. There wasn't a lot of that over the weekend.
No, there just was really good playing. How about Ohio?
In the case of Texas, Arch just threw another pass 4 yards short of the intended receiver.
I was going to say.
Never did a first pass typify what a day was going to look like for a kid. He skipped that first pass, and I don't know if he threw another good pass until the fourth quarter.
He looked nervous.
He looked terrible.
And Ohio State defensively, they look good.
Yeah.
They look good.
You know, he may have struggled a little bit as a head coach, but we are reminded that Matt Patricia was a pretty damn good defensive coordinator for a long time.
Okay, not only that, the Ohio State corners kept walking up to the Texas receivers going, we face better than you in practice. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Our two guys are better than any two you've got.
I mean, just for the hell of it, on Tuesdays, we go to Cincinnati to work out against Chase and Higgins. Okay? I love good defensive football. And sometimes early in the season, the defenses are ahead of the offenses. And I got no problem with it. I know everybody else, I'm here to see the quarterbacks and the Heisman Trophy. I got no problem with Texas first half, 59 yards offense. Loved it. Loved it. I'm like, there we go. That's how you play football.
Yeah, what was Arch at the half? Like 5 of 10 for 26 yards or something like that?
Yep.
Goodness
there we go.
gracious.
I got no problem with it. And the kid from Ohio State, he's not looking that good either. You know why? Texas got a lot of talent on the field. They're pretty good.
Yeah, that was a Moulton game. That was not a Miller game. I like a little more offense than that. I'd like a first down occasionally.
Yep.
But a great weekend to get us started in college football. We've got a poll question, biggest win of the weekend. We've got Jeff Cameron. We've got Pat Kirwan. We've got David Samson. Starting 25 minutes away. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
So I asked him at Floor Meisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floor Meisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floor Meisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floor Meisters, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm listening to when I text you, I'm listening to the Tiger game when Soto hit the grand slam. And it was a great call. And I don't know how much it was out by, but it sounded like it just barely got out and kind of carried out. And he had this just long drawn out, it's back. Whoever it was to the wall. And you think he's going to catch it. Like I'm listening going, is this just not getting out? And then he lets you know it was gone. It was a great visitor home run call, if you will.
I actually thought when it was 6-6, did you at all think that they should have walked Soto?
With the bases loaded?
No. The bases were not loaded as when he came up and he tripled to break the tie. There was, I think, one out and runners were on first and third, I believe.
Well, he hit a grand slam. So
No. They hit a grand slam to make it 6-3. Then the
Okay.
Tigers came back and tied it at 6. He
Right.
comes up again in the 6th.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's first and third, one out. Now I know, double play, the whole deal. He's probably not hitting into a double play. He just had over 1,000 OPS for August. Okay. He's been really since early June. He had like 2 rough weeks in July, but for 3 months, Juan Soto's been terrific. I said out loud, I'd walk him here. It brings up Alonso. A, he's certainly a candidate to strike out, and B, if he hits a ground ball, it's 2.
Right.
And
I wasn't thinking it, but you're probably right.
And so they pitched to him, and he triples, and he drives in both runs. And I thought, I would not have pitched to him here. I shaved Saturday morning in State College. So
It's really funny, Paula. Really funny.
that's why you listen.
I came very close to playing a parlay against 3 teams that I thought were going to lose. Because when the whole audience was so decisive on Notre Dame, Texas, and Clemson, I nearly went the other way and just picked a 3-team parlay.
Yeah, he went 6 for 6. Also picked LSU to win the Natty. Good for Lee.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Was a nice little college football weekend. That should wet your whistle, right? That was good enough. We grade the college football weekend from Thursday night right on through. I mean, I'd say you got to give it what, B+? Okay, I mean, even if stylistically some of the big games were not, maybe as, much offense as you wanted. What was LSU, Clemson 17-10, Ohio State, Texas 14-7? But I mean, come on now. I mean, every big game was a close game, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I think it's a B plus week one. And it's not because of who won. I just think in terms of, competitive games, and we had the one significant upset, which outside of Lee Corso, no one picked.
Nobody.
By the way, can't they just set him up from his backyard? I mean, Mark, he was perfect.
And you know what, David? Do not set him up from his backyard. Don't try to recreate what was a really cool Saturday.
It was awesome.
It was.
It was awesome. Good for him. Good for them. And by the way, very nice of Ryan Day. Yeah, I know there's publicity out of it and what have you. But, Ryan Day to make time, okay, near the top of the show, to be on set, okay, and to pay homage to, you know what? Good for you, Ryan Day. Well done, sir.
Well, and we kind of knew it, and we alluded to it basically because of David's travels and working with CBS and for all those years the SEC on CBS, that he and they wouldn't leave until Corso made his pick. And you heard all of these coaches Saturday, if you watch, going, they didn't, like Gary said, like you said of Gary didn't watch Corso make the headgear pick, but he'd ask who he picked.
Yeah, who'd he pick?
And the coaches, by and large, didn't necessarily watch, but if their games were later in the day and not noon, as they were walking on the field or walking to the locker room or making their walk, they're asking an assistant or an SID, who'd Corso pick today?
Yep.
It was a big part of college football. And he said many years ago, I want to be the Dickie V of college football. He certainly was. And to think of the two big powers in college football, no, not the SEC and the Big Ten, Fox and ESPN. Fox showed Lee Corso make his pick. Think about the clearance and what has to be done in order for the networks to allow that.
Right. I mean, Fox has already said to ESPN that they will not allow them to use Big Ten games if they want to, because when ESPN made the deal with the NFL, okay, they got the rights to call anything they want red zone. So they can do a college football red zone, and they can use the phrase. And so obviously to do it, you'd want to be able to show all the games. Well, they don't have the rights to all the games. And Fox has already come out and said, yeah, we're not going to let you use the Big Ten games. If you want to do a red zone, you're not going to get any cooperation from us. Yet Fox, now, granted, it was a classy gesture by Fox to pick up the phone and say, hey, listen, okay, can we show the last 5 or so minutes live and pay homage to your guy by literally putting him on our air? And ESPN could have told him to go pound sand, and ESPN said, no, that's fine. Highest rated game day ever. Highest rated quarter hour. 5.25 million, by the way, we're watching between 11:45 and noon on Saturday. The show did 3.5 million. A normal game day does a little more than half that. Normal game day does around 2. Did 3.5. And Corso's goodbye did 5 and change.
And, if you add what was watching on Fox, it did 5 and change.
It did 5 and change, right.
But there aren't too many things, particularly in the sports world, that will ever allow multiple networks to show the same thing, unless we're doing an ESPN Gamecast in which they put it on all of their networks. But I mean, outside of breaking news, when are Fox and ESPN ever showing the same thing? They did for Lee Corso. That's how big that was. And I thought it was a classy gesture on both parts and the right way to do it.
I loved everything about it. I loved the tux that he decided to wear a tux. okay, to go out that way. I love them putting on the Corso headgear. Okay. I loved everything about it. Well done. Well done. And Corso nailing every one of his picks and sitting next to Saban and telling him Florida State was going to beat Alabama. And then they did.
And they whooped him.
Oh,
They whooped
man.
How hot is that seat in Tuscaloosa right now? Wow.
Southwest Airlines should do an ad with Kalen DeBoer. Want to get away?
Want to get away. There is no doubt. You know who else might want to get away is the majority of you that listen to this show.
Whoa,
Because-
whoa.
No,
Wait a minute.
no. Before I pick on you, David, let me at least attack the audience a little bit. Because we had 3 poll questions on Friday. And we had the big 3 games. Who you got? 67% of you, Notre Dame. Little more than 62%, 63%, Clemson. And 71% picked Texas.
Really?
Wrong. Now, mind you, the 2 hosts were every bit as wrong as the audience. And I literally woke up Saturday. I looked at the poll questions. I was on X and I went, you should just do a 3-team parlay the other way.
The other way.
The other way. If we're that certain as an audience and show host that these 3 teams are going to win, well, you sure as hell know something's going bat blank wrong with that. And they were all wrong. Speaking of all wrong,
Thank
we
you.
put our picks on the record every week.
Yep.
Lee Sterling had a rough week. He was 2-3 and missed his game of the week.
Right.
So he was 2-4.
Right.
I needed a backdoor cover
Hey, it doesn't
from
matter.
Toledo.
Doesn't matter how. Stop it. Doesn't matter how. Doesn't matter how you win. Doesn't matter how you lose. Okay.
But I got a backdoor cover from the Rockets to go 2-3.
It's 2-3. You'll take it.
And David Moulton
Yep. How'd I
stuck
do?
to 5 picks. He made
Yep.
5 selections on Friday.
But I gave you a bonus 6th, which we said was going to be right, but I don't have the guts to use it. And it was right. But it didn't count because I didn't have the guts to use it.
So the 5 picks on the record.
How'd I do,
David
Mark?
Moulton went loss, and wait for it, loss.
No, man. It
It
sounds like a
wasn't
1-5.
September. David thought
Yep.
that because it was August, his early season troubles would abandon him. They amplified. Those picks went to 11 because David was 0 for 5.
Yeah. Yep. The stuff I gave you Iowa State and Farmageddon. Yeah. It's not official, though. I don't get credit for that. Gave you South Florida straight up over Boise. That wasn't official. I don't get credit for that. Gave you, okay, Beamers teams are historically under week 1. Take the under in South Carolina, Virginia Tech, and it was under by 2 touchdowns. But doesn't count. The 5 that count, yeah.
Starting 5 is next.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
When you're craving the real taste of Chicago, there's only one name to know. Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent
So
you.
I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters. Floormeisters.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, man. I did not see 0-5 coming. I thought at least the under. Now 24-17, 4.5 to go. I'm like, okay, this is fine. That blown coverage, I went, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, Puck, I'm glad somebody won money on the under for South Carolina and Virginia Tech. Because I did talk myself right out of that. That's one of those picks that looks like, now you're showing off. The under on that game. I mean, come on. That's a degenerate gambler play. No, Puck, that's a good point. If you're thinking under, you should probably go under early. It's funny, Left Twix. I thought CJ Carr in the second half looked fine. Anybody watch him and not think he's going to be good?
Yeah, I thought he was fine.
I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be fine soon.
He struggled a little bit early, but
Yeah.
Art struggled the whole game. CJ Carr struggled a bit early, looked a little nervous in the moment, but got his you-know-what together and played pretty good football. He took a couple of shots in the fourth quarter running a couple of shots.
Yeah.
Because I had overserved myself Saturday and taped that game and rewatched the second half when I got up, just because I wanted to see it a little more sober. He took some shots. He looked like, in fact, the one play he got knocked out and got right back up. I didn't watch a second of Michigan, Paula. I'll watch them this week when they play a football game.
I feel badly for them. They lost a defensive player for the first half of the Oklahoma game because of a targeting. That wasn't targeting. He was 6'3". The quarterback was 5'8". He didn't lower his helmet. It's crap. And the fact they appealed it and lost, wow. Remember how in the NFL we went years not knowing what a catch was? In college football, they have no idea what targeting is. No idea. That's a flip of the coin, dart throw. They have no idea what targeting is, which is why, by the way, the punishment shouldn't be so harsh because they're too inconsistent in calling it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, we go back to Thursday night. We count it all. Week 1, who had the best win? Week 1 of the college football season, who had the best win? Was it South Florida? Straight up upset of Boise Thursday night? Was it Florida State? Straight up upset as a 2-touchdown dog of Alabama? Was it LSU going into somebody else's Death Valley and coming from behind and getting it done the old-fashioned physical way? Or was it Miami in a good game? Good game. Canes.
The game I picked is third right now. FSU getting half the votes. The Canes getting about 30% of the votes. I said LSU because with what their schedules, and again, we don't know how the SEC is going to play out, but we can trust it's still a pretty damn good conference. For LSU to have lost and made the playoff look difficult with what's ahead for them, that buys a lot of playoff points, beating Clemson. But we shall see. A lot of football to be played. Who knows who's good? More questions today than we probably had heading into the weekend.
Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We'll start with college football. The stars were out last night. Michael Jordan was there. Mia Hamm was there. If you'd done anything at North Carolina in the last 40 years, you were at Chapel Bill. Bill Belichick. Game sold out. Season sold out. First drive. North Carolina goes right down the field. Bada bing, bada boom. Touchdown, 7-0. This is happening. Your final TCU 48, North Carolina 14. Horned Frogs with 2 defensive touchdowns, 20-7 at the half, and then they broke off a 75-yard touchdown run on the first play of the second half. Good night. 48-14. Belichick in North Carolina, they were in mid-dynasty Patriots form. Apparently, upstairs, the depth chart, there was none. None of the North Carolina players were listed. They didn't allow any of the media who normally have access to the field before the game to have access to the field before the game. So the Patriot way is, remember, you can only do that when you're winning, Bill. Just so you know, you can only do that when you're winning. NFL. Rams say Matthew Stafford will, in fact, play Sunday versus Houston. Was that up for debate? I thought he came back late in training camp and was fine. Apparently, they felt compelled to have to announce that. I mean, he's 37. Obviously, he's got a little balky back. Okay, so we're going to have to watch that throughout the year, but he's a very tough guy. I mean, he looks all cute. You want to punch, squeeze his cheek and what have you. He is a tough dude. Green Bay says Micah Parsons may need a back injection. Okay, listen, I'm going to pretend that I'm a doctor right now. Apparently, he has a facet joint sprain between the L4 and the L5 in his back.
Huh. All right. I can relate. I've had some back issues recently.
I
If he
know.
wants to talk, I had a needle stuck in my back and a shot put in last week or the week
Right.
before.
How's that working?
Better.
Okay, well, he might need the same thing.
Absolutely.
Packers hosting the Lions Sunday at Lambeau. The Chargers say Najee Harris, who hasn't done anything since the 4th of July when he was there when a fireworks mishap happened and he had some eye damage. He's cleared to play Friday in Brazil against the Chiefs. And the Steelers signed running back Jaylen Warren to a 2-year extension. They added a signing bonus for this year. He's going to make a little over $17 million for the next 3 seasons. That seems pretty affordable to me. Baseball now. Less than 4 weeks to go. Most everybody has 23 to 25 games left, except for the Guardians. They have 26. Mets beat the Tigers 10-8 because, Juan Soto's good. Homer and 6 RBIs. Mets remain 6 back of the Phillies. They're 4 up on the Reds. Tigers with the loss. Their lead in the Central is 9. Reason the Mets are 6 back of the Phillies because the only time the Phillies lose is apparently when they play the Mets. They rallied, beat Milwaukee 10-8, scored 2 in the ninth to win it. Brewers leads down to 5.5. Brewers had a 5-1 lead midway through their game, and the Cubs trailed 6-1 midway through their game. Brewers lost. Cubs rally from 6-1 down to beat the Braves 7-6 and 10. And the Brewers bullpen, a mess. 4 injured relievers right now. This may be more doable for the Cubs than we all thought. Now, they're done playing each other, so the Cubs are going to have to do it the hard way. But the Brewers may be bumbling, stumbling down the stretch. We'll keep an eye on it. Wow. Padres lost to the Orioles 4-3, but it's how they lost. They lost when they had 3 all-star relievers. One of them's named Jason Adam. He ruptured his quad tendon after throwing a pitch and going to field a ground ball. Ruptured it. Had to be, taken out on a cart. You don't see that in baseball very often. Padres end up losing to the Orioles 4-3. They fall 2.5 behind the Dodgers, 3 in the loss column. The Reds blew a 2-1 lead in the ninth, gave up 3. So then they said, we'll return the favor. They scored 3 in the ninth to beat the Jays 5-4. Toronto's leads down to 2.5 in the East because Boston beat Cleveland 6-4. Yankees and Red Sox tied for second, 2.5 behind the Jays. Meanwhile, Seattle, they keep losing. So much so, in fact, Rays win their 4th in a row. They beat the Mariners 10-2, but they keep losing. And Texas has a 6-game winning streak. Don't look now, Mark, but your Rangers are a 1.5 games behind the Mariners for the final playoff spot in the American League. Texas scored 2 in the ninth to tie and 2 in the 10th to beat Arizona 7-5. Marlins lost in Washington. Nats snap an 8-game skid 2-0. Miami held to just 2 hits. Astros increased their lead to 3 in the West with an 8-3 win over the Angels. Altuve with a homer and 3 RBIs. Less than 16,000 on hand in the Twin Cities on a beautiful Labor Day. Less than 16,000. You don't think they're upset with the owner because he didn't sell, do you? White Sox beat the Twins 6-5. St. Louis on a Labor Day. What would you normally expect?
David, and I'm not joking. In St. Louis, nothing shy of a sellout. Whatever capacity is at the ballpark, 38, whatever it is, that's what I would expect in St. Louis on Labor Day.
It's in the mid to upper 40s is capacity.
Then that's what I would, for St. Louis on Labor Day, that's what I would expect.
22,670. They are honked off. A's beat the Cardinals 11-3. By the way, the Giants have won 8 of 9. They're only 5 back of the Mets. They got back to 500. They beat Colorado 8-2. Colorado's got 99 losses. So they made it to Labor Day without losing 100 games. Good for the Rockies. In golf, Europe filled out their Ryder Cup team. Captain Luke Donald picked the same 6 that literally everybody in the golf world knew he was going to pick. He picked Shane Lowry, John Rahm, Sepp Straka, Victor Hovland, Ludwig Oberg, and Matthew Fitzpatrick. All 6 were on the team 2 years ago that drubbed the U.S. In fact, 11 of the 12 guys on their team this time around were on the team 2 years ago.
They replaced one identical twin with the other for the 12th pick.
That's not a joke, by the way. That's exactly what happened. The one twin was on the team in 23. The other twin secured the final automatic spot. He's on the team in 25. Home
You
teams.
tell me home cooking doesn't mean something to the odds in the Ryder Cup. They kicked the tar out of the U.S. 2 years ago. The U.S. is minus 145 for this year's Ryder Cup, plus 155 on the Euros.
You know why that is, don't you? Because home cooking's been the deal. 8 of the last 9 Ryder Cups, the home team has won. So they just figure out the U.S. is home, they're going to win. If you put the U.S. team on paper and you put the European team on paper next to it, be objective. Tell me which team is better, which team is deeper. All right. Miller and Moulton rooting for the U.S. We're going to be putting our shekels on Europe.
And we're going to go have a beer with Europe if given the choice of which team you'd rather have drinks with.
NASCAR. Remember NASCAR?
No.
Sunday night, Darlington, first race of the playoffs. Chase Briscoe led 309 of the 367 laps. Good thing they put that race on USA Network because it was boring. Tyler Reddick finished second, Ross Chastain 11th. U.S. Open, they're through to the quarterfinals in everything. Singles, men's, women's, doubles. By the way, Venus Williams and her 22-year-old playing partner are through to the quarterfinals in women's doubles. It's a cool story. And Venus said to Serena after the match through the interview, hey, big sis or little sis, time to start showing up at these things. Why? Let her stay away. You're winning. All right. Men's side, Sinner, Alcaraz, Taylor Fritz, Djokovic have all advanced. Fritz and Djokovic going to play a quarterfinal tonight, the 4 seed against the 7 seed. Djokovic, by the way, making the quarters. His 64th quarterfinal or better in major championships. Think about that. That's 16 years of advancing to the quarterfinals in every major. That's how many times he's advanced to the quarters or better. Unreal. On the women's side, Sabalenka, the top seed, Swiatek, the 2 seed, Jessica Pegula, who hasn't lost a set, by the way, the 4 seed, Naomi Osaka. She destroyed Coco Gauff yesterday. Gauff is still hitting balls all over the court. She was a mess. Osaka won 3 and 2. And Anisimova, the American who got bageled in the Wimbledon final, she won yesterday as well. They're all through to the quarters. And at 9 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories. And who likes to be bageled? Here on Miller and Moulton. So there you have
Right.
it.
They still played that U.S. Open all weekend long. They keep right on going.
Yes, they have a lot of Heinekens to sell, Mark. They
do.
There's a lot of food and drink to sell,
And a lot of expensive food.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, I get that prices are out of hand at most events, and I'm fine with it. You know, going in, you go to a football game, a baseball game, it's $20 a beer, basically. But what I saw one of the stars, and I don't recall who, but a pretty actress at the U.S. Open, eating chicken fingers with caviar on them.
Right.
Why? Why? In the words of Nancy Kerrigan, why? It makes no sense. And then they've got that really fancy drink, and the young rich kids are showing up and carrying all their cups in a stack, and they're like, $25 a drink, so they're holding 10 cups. It's like $250 worth of drinks. Good for them. But the caviar on the chicken fingers, are you serious?
Two things that you never thought would go together. You didn't think that both would be offered on the same menu.
Right.
Right. Hey.
You don't mix the Russian tea room with Zaxby's. That's all. I just find it to be a little odd, David.
How do we come up with a price for this? Wait, you want me to throw $8 extra on top for the chicken fingers? What?
We have, as a poll question, what was the biggest win of the college football weekend?
Right.
We could have easily gone the other way and just asked who had the worst college football weekend. And I think it's only two choices. Arch Manning, Bill Belichick.
Ooh.
If you wanted to be snarky, that would be the direction that I would go in. We will talk with Jeff Cameron about the Noles' big win next hour on Miller and Moulton.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
So I
sound.
asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters. Floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I believe it was Phil Steele, DC, in which we asked him about Florida State. He liked what they had done in the portal. He thought Gus Malzahn would really help. I think he had him as one of the most improved teams in the country.
Who's that?
Phil Steele, I think, had Florida State.
Yeah, he had Oklahoma as his most improved team, but he had Florida State in there. You are right.
And I thought he said 9-3, and I went, whoa, because, you know, they had Bama, Miami, Florida, and do they have Clemson? I mean, but they've got 4 games that they were going to be clear underdogs in. And he was like, no, I like them this year.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, DC. You'd have to put DeBoer in that. That's a good call. I don't know if there's a fourth.
If I was friends with Belichick, I would sit him down and I would go, yeah, you know why you didn't get an NFL job? This whole persona. I thought you going to college and having the year off and doing media, I thought you were going to show a different side of you. You really don't want to go back to the NFL, do you, if you're going to keep doing interviews like this? You got to be different, dude. I mean, he salvaged barely his pregame interview with Holly Rowe by jokingly saying, this is kind of my thing. Okay. You know, with a little bit of a smile. Would have been nice if he had laughed a little bit. She did. But
I mean, even, you know, what Herbie there did the game, like he's like, I just listened to the way he didn't know until the end of the first quarter. Like they set their boards up like all of them do. He goes, we didn't know what it really looked like until the end of the first quarter. You can't do that.
No, that's total BS. I'm
Like
serious.
Michigan State pulled that with Tucker a couple of years ago. They got crushed for it, and they're just a little piddly school. If you're going to be the 33rd NFL team, well, then act like it.
Well, also, I mean, no offense. This is where if I'm ESPN, I called the ACC up and I go, never again. Seriously, never again. This is absolute crap. Do you know how much money we pay? We put a network together for your conference, for goodness sakes. And we ain't making money on it either. Okay? You are, but we ain't.
They blew, Michael, honestly, they blew a great opportunity. They got 3 turnovers in the first half and didn't put Georgia Tech away. They're better than I thought they would be, but they flat out blew that game in the first half because they can block a little better than I thought they'd be able to. But you can't get 3 turnovers and not do anything with them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this first show of September for us. We had yesterday off. That'll be our last day off till Thanksgiving, or at least that's the plan. Who knows? Life could get in the way. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: what was the word we used? We didn't say best. We said biggest, right?
Biggest.
Biggest win of week 1 of college football. The college football weekend. Our 4 choices were South Florida, Florida State, LSU, and Miami. If you think we missed somebody, I mean, feel free. Goodness knows you're not shy when you think we've screwed up. But I think we nailed it.
By the way, this isn't, top of the mind when it comes to college football, because these big wins, the crushing losses for some teams, Belichick getting blown out, Alabama getting whacked pretty good there, Arch Manning being horrible. But you know what ended up looking pretty good? Was the trade Tennessee made at quarterback. I mean, the transfer portal move that Tennessee made for quarterback. Because Utah just destroyed UCLA.
Yeah, UCLA could not block them at all.
At all.
At all. We could have let UCLA have 2 extra guys. I think 13 versus 11, they might have gotten a stalemate. Maybe. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I don't know. Nobody really expected UCLA to be any good. But they were absolutely manhandled by Utah.
Right. They expected them to be better. And
right.
Yeah. That's a tough week 1 opponent, a very physical in the trenches school. And those Utah schools, I mean, there are no 19-year-olds on the field out there. I mean,
no.
They card you. In fact, you're not allowed to walk on the football field until you're at least 21 years of age. I think that's a state law in Utah. You're not allowed to play college football until you're of legal drinking age.
And now with the quarterback situation not in upheaval, how it had been the last couple of years with Utah, they came into the season with some continuity that they just haven't had the last couple of years.
Nope.
For what it's worth, just keep it in your back pocket. We don't talk about really a lot of Big 12 or UCLA for that matter. But I just thought with Tennessee having a nice win against Syracuse and looking like they could throw the ball a little bit, this quarterback played pretty well. The offense seemed to work with this guy better than it did last year. So I just thought that was when you look at who won or lost the trade, I mean the transfer portal, I would say Tennessee edge early.
Yeah, Mark, there's not a whole lot I could take out of week 1, but I did pick Utah to win the Big 12. That's that's very, very few shining lights for me in week 1. But so, all right. I got to give the SEC a little bit of credit. None of their big games were at home. I do think very few people are taking that into consideration. I mean, Auburn went to Baylor.
Really nice win. Nice win.
Yeah.
Auburn is a middle of the pack at best SEC team. Baylor, we talked about this last week. Baylor was a team by many picked to go to the Big 12 championship game.
LSU went to Clemson. Alabama went to Florida State. Texas went to Ohio State. I mean, the Tennessee game was a quote unquote neutral site. That's laughable. It was in Atlanta, and, a whole bunch of Syracuse fans are going to get to Mercedes-Benz. Meanwhile, it's a 3-hour drive.
If it were a basketball game, it would have been more represented by Syracuse.
Totally.
They would have been in. Football, couldn't care less.
But I will say, listen, the SEC deserves our grief at times for their scheduling. They do. I actually thought, yes, 2 of their marquee teams lost, and 1 was a significant upset. But I thought the SEC did a little better. Everybody is coming down on the SEC. And I get it. A lot of you are tired of them. You're jealous, the whole deal. Listen, their scheduling week 1, they didn't have a single key game at home. Not one. I mean, don't laugh. They're the worst team in the SEC. Mississippi State went on the road, won by 4 touchdowns against Southern Miss. I mean, seriously, they didn't play anybody at home this week. And the Alabama loss is getting far more attention than the LSU win. And I get it. One was a 2-touchdown favorite. The other was just a 4.5-point dog. But damn, that was a good win for LSU.
We talked a lot about that game throughout the summer, because when you look at LSU's schedule, if they lost that game, and now look at it, maybe we're wrong about a lot of teams in the SEC, but LSU still has to play Florida, at Ole Miss. They play at A&M. They play at Alabama. And come on, we all think Alabama's going to get better.
Oh, of course they are.
And they play at Oklahoma. So if they lost that game, their path to the playoff was far more difficult. It was a lot easier for Clemson to lose. And obviously, they still have all of their goals in front of them. Win the ACC and you're in. It was actually a close enough game that if Clemson runs the table and wins the ACC, they could still get a bye. But LSU, they put everything into that game with the paw prints all over their locker room throughout the summer, and Brian Kelly's record in opener since he's been to LSU. They put everything into that game and then delivered in the second half.
And it worked.
And they won it in the place that we didn't think they'd win it at.
Right.
Their defensive line won that football game as much as anything else. They stuffed Clemson in the second half.
Meanwhile, until last night, the ACC was getting a lot of credit, and they deserved it. Georgia Tech went on the road, beat Colorado. Obviously, the Florida State upset. Sunday night, Miami winning over Notre Dame. I mean, the ACC, the only conference to have 2 wins over top 10 teams, right? I mean, terrific. Right. And in the middle of the Syracuse was a 2-touchdown dog. And come on. And they lost a whole bunch from last year's team. Nobody had any expectations for that game. Tech actually played South Carolina tough. They didn't cover, but they played them tough. I mean, it was 10-8 at the half. All right. The ACC had a good weekend, but you could argue their 2 most high-profile games lost. Clemson lost, and then last night got destroyed.
Well, I'll say that the Miami Notre Dame game was a little more high profile than Belichick's start. So,
true.
I mean,
true. Sunday night.
So, 1-1 in their 2 big games to me. They were embarrassed in Belichick's debut, but we had no idea what to make of North Carolina.
I mean, I think the ACC had a terrific week. Okay, if Clemson had held on against LSU, I think it would have been a dream week for the conference. And then the Big Ten, outside of Ohio State, they're scheduling, Michigan's going to Oklahoma this week. Ohio State hosting Texas, Michigan going to Oklahoma. Penn State's scheduling nobody. Oregon's got Oklahoma State.
And they're lousy.
I mean, not a lot of aggressive non-conference scheduling by the Big Ten this year.
No, in fact, David, to your point, when they started putting up, when they brought up the strength of schedule this year as a way to measure teams, when you dig into that and the lack of games between the Big Ten and other conferences, it's pretty tough to have a realistic strength of schedule because it's still an eyeball test for the people who are voting in the polls. There aren't a lot of big crossover games, and the Big Ten has virtually none. They had one. They won it. Give Ohio State all the credit in the world. They beat Texas. And as you said, Michigan's got Oklahoma. I'm not sure what the next best non-conference game, USC and Notre Dame.
And I think since they have not 1, not 2, but 3 networks to appease, that the Big Ten is going to have to, Tony Petitti's going to have to sit down with his members and go, I know you've got schedules mapped out for a while. We may have to cancel some games. We may have to sign one of those basketball-like deals. Remember we had the ACC Big Ten Challenge forever, and now what does the Big Ten have? Is it Big East or Big 12? Who do they play? Or is it the SEC? I don't know.
I think it's the Big 12 because the
Okay.
ACC and SEC.
Yeah, that's right. They
now.
did that this year, right? And the SEC dominated them, right? Okay, I have a feeling the Big Ten non-conference scheduling outside of like 2 games is so poor that I think Tony Petitti is going to have to sit down and say, hey, we need to come up with a first 3 weeks of the year. We play 4 of these 1 week, 4 of these week 2, 4 of these week 3. We got to give our network something to show.
Well, you may be right, David, but I doubt it. Because if he were going to do something, he would have told Indiana before they bailed out of a normal game to play Kennesaw State. He might have said, this isn't a good look for you or our conference. And he did not do that at that time. He let Indiana dump Virginia, the powerhouse that they are in football, for Kennesaw State.
Miller
And
and Moulton.
I'm with you. If I were the networks that are spending all of this money and they get Penn State, Nevada, I might be asking for a better game too.
So we'll see if that happens. That's my prediction. Give it a couple years because they'll probably have to work through some scheduling kinks. But I think we're going to have what we have in basketball, we could have with the Big Ten in football, where they pick a conference and they decide that, they're going to have a tournament, if you will, to create some television inventory to appease their networks. Miller and Moulton. Poll question, biggest win of the college football week 1. South Florida, LSU, Miami, Florida State. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, vote.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
So I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters. Floormeisters.com.
When you're craving the real taste of Chicago, there's only one name to know. Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Excuse me.
I agree.
Decide, I'm not going to hold that one in. I'm going to let it rip. Feel a lot better because of it.
Really, what is the story with why Herbie gets to have the dog everywhere? Is that so people like him more?
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. The official word is that he brought the dog with him a few years ago because he was having some anxiety and the dog was helping. And then the dog, people like dogs.
Right.
So then I think,
I mean, he lost the old guy to take care of. Now he needs the dog.
Well, he replaced the old guy in 3 minutes too. I mean, now listen, I don't have the pet.
No, I meant Corso.
Boom. Wow. Well played. Really well played. Like effing well played. Like really, 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 really well played. Wow.
Caught you there, didn't I?
Yep.
And I can't help it now. I'm like you. The first time they show the dog. It's like we're celebrating Lee here.
Yeah.
And we leave the dog in the back with a bowl of water.
No. I think he's using the dog as a prop to help his Q rating and
I agree.
popularity, but you say that out loud and you're a bad person. And, the college football world is sucking up to him because he's got such a powerful voice. So, the schools are totally embracing the dog, getting him his own credential and, because they also know game day will mention it. So.
Where are they next week?
Michigan, Oklahoma.
They are.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it isn't home SEC game, so.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Jeff Cameron in a little more than 15 minutes time. Needless to say, they had a good weekend in Tallahassee. Not so much a good weekend in Tuscaloosa and really throughout most of the state of Alabama, with Florida State beating Alabama by the same point spread that they were underdogs in the game. Don't we have to give Mario Cristobal a little credit here? I know nobody likes to, because the guy can't coach. All he can do is recruit. But I don't know. They look prepared to me. He didn't have any major coaching blunder during the game. I mean, some people.
Look, I thought there could have been one. To me, not milking clock in the fourth quarter when you could have eaten another minute off or made Notre Dame use some timeout with under 5 minutes to go, I thought was a coaching error. I'm running the football there.
Okay.
But
which is funny.
That's pretty ticky-tack in the grand scheme of things.
And I will say, I heard from a lot of Canes fans who were saying, I thought Mario got conservative in the second half.
Yes, I did too. In fact, one of my best friends who's a big Canes fan said they got conservative on both sides of the ball.
So, and in our Twitch chat room, they're like, oh, I don't know, David. He got super conservative when he gets the lead. Yeah, okay. But they were prepared. They were.
By the way, Carson Beck looked like he can still play football.
I was going to say.
Of all the quarterbacks this weekend.
I mean, for a guy who got, Georgia couldn't dump on him enough. Then you had the girlfriend breaks up with him and they accuse him of being a bad dude. And so now, I mean, he was almost crying on the field to Molly McGrath. I mean, he was barely keeping it together. I mean, don't tell me this didn't weigh on him. And I mean, listen, is he going to be Cam Ward? No, he ain't winning the Heisman. Okay. And he doesn't have the weapons that Cam Ward had last year either. But is he good enough to go to the ACC championship game with? Hell yeah.
It's funny. And obviously, your opponent makes a lot of it. But the kid at Clemson, if we were just ranking ACC quarterbacks right now, well, kid at Florida State, the kid at Miami, and the kid at Georgia Tech are all ahead of the kid at Clemson right now. And that's just a quick glance at the ACC.
That's a nice top part of your quarterback, list, though. If you're the ACC, you got to feel good. You're like, hey, we got some quarterbacks.
But I got sucked in believing that the LSU football team was not good at either line of scrimmage. Their defensive line turned out to be fantastic, and maybe a quarterback with some experience is important.
He's the best quarterback in the country.
Yeah, they'll prove otherwise.
Yeah, that's the number one pick of the draft right now. We're 1 week in, I get it, but based on what he's done in his career and what have you, that's the NFL right now would say, yeah, that's our vote. We'll see how this sucker plays out.
But obviously, we had question marks at quarterback at Alabama. Turned out they were legitimate. He didn't look much better on Saturday than he did last year when he played against South Florida.
We did point out, man, all these teams with very inexperienced quarterbacks, are these guys just going to hit the ground running, or are they going to have to grow into this? And, hey, Ohio State won. They did. They didn't win because of their quarterback. Now,
but he did play better than Arch.
Well, yeah. I mean, hell, I didn't play this week, and I played better than Arch. I mean, damn. And Ohio State deserves as much credit as you want to give them, but
But he missed open receivers. Yeah. You give Ohio State credit. Patricia had a terrific defensive game plan, taking nothing away from the Buckeyes. But even a diehard Buckeye fan's got to look at that game and go, boy, did Arch suck. He couldn't hit an open receiver. And there were open receivers. He missed them the whole game until the fourth quarter. And then he threw a couple of nice balls.
Here's my biggest concern. We want to do poll questions. Bigger win for Mike Norvell, bigger loss for Kalen DeBoer. I think it was a bigger loss.
That seat's warm.
I don't know if they can afford.
David, they may not be able to after this year. They might not. And hell, Alabama could turn this around on a dime. I get it. But you put back-to-back 4-loss campaigns up at Alabama, things get ugly early.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, replacing Nick wasn't going to be easy, even if you were winning 10, 11 games and making the playoff.
And as we've pointed out many times, in the new world of NIL, Alabama's not in the same league with other SEC teams.
No.
They're not.
Texas, Georgia, LSU, A&M, all ahead of Alabama. Florida finally got their act together. Yeah.
Ole Miss has as much money as Alabama. Don't kid yourself.
Which, how many Alabama fans reached out to you this weekend saying, we got to get on the Lane train?
Good luck. Good luck.
Here's the thing, and I didn't see a play of the game. Obviously, I was working. All right. But here's the thing that concerns me. It's one thing for yahoos like Miller and Moulton to make a comment about a team. But when people who have coached in college football, when they Saturday night, Sunday, Monday, I mean, Rick Neuheisel flat out said Alabama's not playing hard. That he felt when the quarterback or the running back for Florida State broke the line of scrimmage that Alabama players jogged after him. Okay. Well, that to me, if true, is alarming.
That's very alarming. But the other side of it to me is just, look, Alabama was supposed to have a really good line. Alabama is supposed to have maybe the best receiver group not named Ohio State in the country. They brought in the OC who didn't come with them initially from Washington. And that was supposed to change everything for the Alabama offense. It didn't even look good, let alone special.
Meanwhile, Norvell brings in a new offensive coordinator in Malzahn, but one that didn't get nearly the publicity. He brought in the defensive coordinator from Nebraska, who was highly thought of within the coaching fraternity. Yeah, he had a pretty good day. Alabama goes through them like Swiss cheese the first time they have the ball. He makes adjustments. Alabama doesn't do diddly for an hour and a half.
And Florida State, one of the things that used to give Nick fits and gave Alabama fits is a quarterback that can run a little bit.
We have to remember that, don't we? Don't know how much longer Gus Malzahn's going to be calling plays. But, Mark, we need to remember, if Gus Malzahn has a quarterback that can run, defenses are in trouble.
And he can run. And he's the guy who provided the most bulletin board material in the entire offseason.
Yep.
He went after Alabama.
Yep.
And then when given the opportunity to walk back what he said, he doubled down to Alabama. Oh, yeah, by the way. Love it. Love it when they talk the talk and then walk the walk.
By the way, does anything show how volatile college football is right now than Florida State being 13-0, half the team leaving before their bowl game because they got left out of the playoff, going 2-10 the next year when all the changes they made in personnel and otherwise didn't work. Then they bring in a whole new group of players and new coordinators, and they knock off a top 10 team in the country. I mean, honestly, does any school represent 2025 college football right now more so than Florida State? And Jeff Cameron to talk about the Noles next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. 1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
So I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters. Floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Michael, he started, 4 games last year for Ewers, but they weren't against, even though a couple of them were conference games, they weren't against the upper echelon.
This is really weird. The phone has a dial tone, but when I dial numbers, it's not ringing. I'm going to text Jeff and see if he can call us.
I'm doing it also.
Sir, I don't know. I'm done.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: who had the biggest win week 1 college football? South Florida, Miami, LSU, or Florida State? And it's Florida State in a runaway right now. Vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, Jeff Cameron, the voice of Florida State sports as far as we're concerned, warchant.com, warchant.tv, Real Talk in Tallahassee. Follow him on X, the letter J, Cameron Show, J Cameron Show. Jeff, they having any trouble raising the $50,000 for storming the field, or are they going to be able to handle that?
I think they'll find a way to make it work, David. That number might be $50 million, and they would probably make it work after Saturday afternoon into the evening.
All right. None of us, at least on this show and the people nationally, no one saw this coming. How surprised were you in just how well Florida State handled Alabama?
Yeah, Mark, I think that's completely fair. I certainly didn't pick Florida State. And, you just figured that roster's too loaded at Alabama. And you thought that Florida State would play better, certainly, than they did a year ago. I don't know how they couldn't. Tony White coming in as the defensive coordinator, Gus Malzahn coming in as the offensive coordinator. You figured, okay, they'll raise the floor. We'll see if this is a game in which off of it you expect the season to play out differently, and maybe you feel good about how hard they play or whatever it might be. But I just figured Florida State would get worn down. The fact that Florida State won in the trenches is really what I think left a lot of people pretty surprised. Most people knew that Castellanos was a fantastic runner and that Gus would utilize that skill set. I think a lot of people liked Tony White when he came over from Nebraska, so you'd see a defense that was much more buttoned up than a year ago. But I don't think anybody really thought reasonably that Florida State would win on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And I think that was the takeaway from the game. That was quite the surprise.
Are we going to give all the credit to Florida State? At any point in the game were you watching going, man, Alabama doesn't look right? Or are we going to just give this all to the Noles, that the old Mike Tyson line, Jeff? Everybody's got a game plan till you get punched in the mouth. Florida State punched them in the mouth, and Alabama didn't respond, so Florida State kept punching.
It was interesting because, David, I know you and Mark both, of course, watched the game, so you see Alabama go right down the field, eat up 9 minutes of clock on the opening drive. They're running the football. And I'm thinking, well, this is going to be a long afternoon for Florida State if they can't get off the field on third down and they can't get stops in the run game. So oddly, it was Alabama who strikes first. Florida State goes right back down the field with a 75-yard drive. I thought where the game turned was on the next drive. Florida State gets the ball back after a stop, goes 65 yards, touchdown just like that. All of a sudden, the infusion of life on the sidelines, you could see the players began to believe. And you're right, Alabama didn't respond much to that, but I think it's because Alabama's running game got taken away. Look, it's overreaction Monday. Today's Tuesday. I get it. I think that for Florida State fans are going to want to revel in this and not consider that Alabama may not be the Alabama of yesteryear, as Castellanos predicted in the offseason. But I think the whole thing is that for Florida State to have to come off that season a year ago, they desperately needed this. And so whether or not Alabama is anything close to the Alabama that we've seen in the past or not, I think it still serves as the shot in the arm that the program needed and the belief that the players needed. As for Alabama, yeah, I looked at that sideline and thought, there's some shades of 2024 Florida State over there. Some guys look rather listless. There doesn't seem to be much of a fight. There was a little bit of sort of indifference at times when the game wasn't going well. That kind of struck me. But again, I'm not somebody that covers Alabama. I don't know if that's an issue in their locker room or not. But certainly it doesn't fare well for DeBoer if it is, because they're already mad at him prior to that game.
And to your point of what they did, particularly on the defensive line of scrimmage, because when you look through the stat line at Florida State, there's nothing really that jumps off the page and, a dynamic rusher here or a dynamic receiver here. It was definitely a total team effort. But back to your point, Alabama didn't lose games in the trenches before. Florida State won that game in the trenches. And to me, if I'm a Florida State fan, that's what I'm excited about. We all know Gus can call plays with a running quarterback. But even with that being said, that defense was Swiss cheese last year, and it was a hell of a lot different on the Saturday.
Well, Mark, they played 25 players on defense. 23 players had 10 snaps or more. And in the offseason, once camp got started, in the times that we got Tony White, the defensive coordinator, he talked about what he demanded of players in order for them to get an opportunity to play and what he would not tolerate and what he would tolerate. But in that, he said, if you do what I ask you to do and you play like your hair's on fire and you'll hit somebody, you'll be rewarded. You'll get a chance. Well, how about a coach coming through with a promise? 25 different players on that side of the ball played, and you saw guys, Florida State fans saw guys that they're not accustomed to seeing out there making plays. So that's really, you're right, Mark, the kudos goes to the guys in the trenches, but they played a lot of those guys too. I mean, 9 to 10 different guys rotating in there constantly and winning physically. I think it's just stunning to see that kind of domination of an Alabama offensive line, which we all heard in the offseason was the best offensive line in the country.
Jeff Cameron, he covers Florida State as well or better than anybody. The letter J, Cameron Show, is how you follow him on X, warchant.com, warchant.tv, also Real Talk in Tallahassee. Jeff, I said it flippantly, yet I think there's a lot of truth to it heading into break before we brought you on. Is there any school right now that represents the volatility that is the college football world than Florida State? 13-0 2 years ago. Half the team leaves once they get left out of the playoff. Okay, 2-10. And now you reconvene, 40 new guys, 2 new coordinators, and you knock off a top 10 team when you're a 2-touchdown dog. I mean, is this going to be the Mike Norvell era? Is every year going to be we're throwing darts at a board and we don't know what we're going to get?
David, you and I texted over the weekend about the game, and that was something I said in passing, but I believe it to be true. I've talked about it on the show. I said I thought Florida State, maybe a severe outlier last year at 2-10. That's a bit much after going 12-0 in the regular season the year before. But I do think that kind of volatility, especially for those who engage in the portal as much as Mike Norvell has had to do since arriving at Florida State, is going to make it very difficult to get a handle on preseason predictions. And I think it's true in general, even for teams that don't have, 11 new starters on offense, 8 new starters on defense. Most, if not all of those, are from the portal. I just think that the ability for kids to leave year over year Everybody pays their players now. Guys come and go. It's tough to create a culture and a through line that lasts year over year. And I think you're going to see a volatile era of college football until there's some different parameters put on whether or not you can come and go as frequently as kids do now. But yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of change in that way.
Right, because you're not really recruiting these transfers. You're bidding for these transfers, and I don't think you know the substance of the person with the system that's in place now. Because I don't think Florida State did it. You know, we've laid it out over the last 3 years. They've built their team the same way through the portal. They missed horribly last year, and it wasn't on talent. It may have maybe slightly, but it may have been more on character and the type of guy. When you're bidding instead of recruiting a guy for 3-4 years, it's tough to figure out who that guy is in a short notice, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. And I'll tell you this, Mark, and it's a great point. I really believe that Mike, if he learned anything from last year, if you're going to bid on your talent and you're going to be bringing in hired guns, you better see something of substance on tape that they've accomplished in a college football season. Not the potential of being a good player because you were recruited by Alabama or you were recruited by Georgia or you were recruited by LSU. They brought in guys from all those schools a year ago, none of whom had played a lot of football at those universities. They just assumed because they were recruited to them that they could play. This time around, they brought in guys that had actually played a lot of college football. You knew as players they could line up and play the game at a high level in college football. You got a bunch of guys with a ton of tackles on that defense. Elijah Herring has played big-time college football at Tennessee, where he led the team in tackles. When they brought him in at linebacker, they knew he was a tackling machine. May not have known if he was a good guy, bad guy, whatever, but they knew he could play. And that is really ditto for most of the guys they brought in.
Okay. How much does this change expectations, what we now think we know? I mean, 2 layups the next 2 weeks, right? East Texas A&M and Kent State. Then, Virginia's really down. It is a road game. It'll be the first conference game. But, I mean, now it's 4-0 hosting the Canes, isn't it?
This town will be electric. And I can tell you that people's brains immediately went to that, David, walking out of that stadium on Saturday evening when the game concluded, or at least for the ones that weren't on the field. I believe that immediately everybody said, do you know how much this is going to feel like the old-time Florida State-Miami game that we used to see of yesteryear, home and away, those two programs despising one another, battling for supremacy in the state and the conference. This is going to be a big-time football game so long as Florida State doesn't fall on their face against Virginia, so long as Miami doesn't lose. This ought to be ratcheted up back to where it should be.
Miami does have the Gators in the game before the Noles that could put a wrench in that. But boy, oh boy, if Miami were to beat Florida and this is the virtual state title again and they're both sitting at 4-0, yeah, I can't even imagine what it'll be like in Tallahassee, Jeff. I mean, it's got to be electric right now, and with the games ahead, it will just build.
It'll be a lot of fun. I think people have missed it. I mean, when Florida State's been up, Miami's been down. Florida State is down last year. Miami was back up to some extent. You want to see those two teams playing really good football, meeting head-to-head with so much at stake. Yeah, I'm eagerly anticipating it and not trying to get too far ahead of myself. Of course, I don't play the games, and I don't coach the kids, so he's just got to, Mike Norvell's got to keep them level-headed. I did like what I heard from the players after the game. They almost all said, yeah, it's great win, feels good. We can be so much better. We left so much more out there. That's the right mentality to have off of a win like that.
What is it that didn't change with Norvell during the 2-10 nightmare? What is it that you see now that you saw last year, but you also saw it when they were 13-0? Okay. What is it, a read on him, I guess, Jeff, is what I'm asking.
Well, I'll give him credit for having an unwavering belief in himself and the way that he views, investment in player. Like when they were 2-10 a year ago and they're taking beatings every week, he's getting peppered with those questions about, does this Does this lead to some uncertainty, or do you have to question yourself and everything that you believed about the team, since you certainly couldn't have seen this coming? He really never wavered and said, look, I know how to build a good football team. I just got done doing it. I've done it everywhere I've ever been. I'll do it again. I've got to make some changes. I can't make those changes right now, but I'm going to make those changes. I know what they are. So I think he never stopped believing that he was a good football coach. And frankly, I don't know how you could be a good football coach if you ever did doubt whether or not you were. The job's too tough. So I don't think he ever wavered there. I think he was disgusted. I think he was embarrassed. I think he was frustrated. There were lots of things that I think about Mike Norvell, his personality, and the program, but I also think he believed he could get it turned around. He never really wavered with that belief, and he answered it the same way every time he was asked.
Jeff, we got about 30 seconds. I'll give him a lot of credit for this. He gave up his baby. His baby was play calling. He had always been his play caller. He gave that up. And he got Gus to give up an HC job to do it. I give him a lot of credit for that move. That's taking your pride in your ego and putting it to the side.
Yeah, it's understanding the situation is absolutely critical, and it's time to swallow your pride and do the right thing. And I'm with you, David. He did that. He certainly made the hire he thought he had to make.
Jeff, as always, we appreciate your time and your insight. Thanks for helping us out. And we'll talk again in about a month, buddy.
Yeah, sounds good. It's always a pleasure to be with you guys. Great job. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Jeff.
Cameron, host of the Jeff Cameron Show. warchant.com.tv. Real Talk in Tallahassee. Follow him on X. The letter in J, Cameron Show. The letter J, Cameron Show.
You know, you brought up such a valid point of giving up the play calling to Gus Malzahn. And as we approach a break and have Pat Kirwan on the other side, it will be interesting heading into week 1 of the NFL with some of these new coaches who are play calling for teams that, well, are expected to do something. Ben Johnson, he's calling the plays. Can he handle it? Liam Cohn, he's calling the plays. Can he handle it? Some of that's on Sunday this year as well, as we get ready for the National Football League season, just a couple of days away. Pat Kirwan, he'll join us next.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
So I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.
Can I just
Can you
blurt
just
this
what?
out? So it's the first weekend of October that Miami goes to Florida State.
Right.
Okay. The week before, there are some heavyweight matchups. Game day will be in Athens. Alabama's at Georgia. That's their primetime game. That's where they're going to be. Florida plays Texas the same day, okay, that Miami plays Florida State. So, Mark, even though I picked the Gators to beat the Canes, we need to secretly root for the Canes to beat Florida so that Miami and Florida State are both undefeated.
Oh, yeah.
So game day will have no choice but to go to Tallahassee. Do you understand the vitriol they have towards Herb Street in Tallahassee?
The dog won't help them there.
The dog won't help him. Don't laugh. He'll need security. Okay.
Hi, Pat.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm
How was
doing
the
great.
weather up north this weekend? Did you stay away from a television and enjoy the lake?
I went back and forth. I tried to watch some of the games and parts of the games. I like college football until pro football starts, and then I have a hard time watching it.
I
just wait
understand.
for the tapes to come in and scroll through them as fast as I can. But
How
no,
about
I
your
did
Belichick
enjoy
one?
last night. I wouldn't say it on the air because I do like Belichick, but it was like, oh man, oh my goodness.
I thought it was funny when Holly interviewed him and said, this has got to be like when you started with the Browns. And he said, well, let's just hope I don't get my ass kicked the way Jimmy Johnson and the Cowboys did my first game in Cleveland. And then sure enough, 48-14.
Yeah. And it was the most confusing 48-14 because after the first drive, I think guys are trying to make bets.
Right.
Oh, God. You know what? I bet you Steve Belichick had a hard time sleeping.
Yeah.
That defense did not look good.
No, the two defensive touchdowns skew a game, but it didn't.
They're fundamentally not good against the run. I mean, that kid was
weren't.
just tearing them apart.
Yep. Yeah, I turned the game off when the kid on the first play of the second half went to the house. I'm like, oh, this game's
Time to go to bed. I got to get up.
Yeah,
at 4:50.
exactly.
Yeah.
Miller Moulton said, we got a
I'm a lot
show.
more tired than I thought I was.
Yep, we
I
got a
can't stay
show.
awake.
Yeah,
All right. The Tar Heels went to sleep, so I think I can too.
exactly.
Yeah. Well,
It's so funny, Pat, that you say that because I love my Saturdays. If I were to pick a game to go to live, there's 20 college games I'd go to before a pro game. But to watch,
I get it.
to watch it on TV now as I've gotten older, I like Sundays better because the football's just better.
It is. But I get the college scene and the band and the whole shooting
right,
match.
the whole thing.
There's
It's
a lot
fun.
of atmosphere that the NFL doesn't compare to. But the quality of the football is different. Now, if I see one more 3-3 defense, I watched the NFL this summer. They're loading up extra tight ends and fullbacks. And the quote, which I'm not going to forget, I already said it to a coach. We're going to get these damn defenses out of these sub defenses. We're going to make them get back in base. And if they don't, we're going to run it down their throat. I mean,
That's just it, though. But isn't base 4-2-5?
yeah, they want to run against those 5 DBs.
Right, and they should.
And they're going to. And they're going to have a hard time. It's amazing how guys are reverting mentally back to that philosophy. Let's beat on that thing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home in Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, and the 239. Final hour of the show, Lake City, Live Oak, surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice, and surrounding areas. We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Joining us on this day and time throughout the NFL season is Pat Kirwan. He co-hosts Moving the Chains on NFL Radio, weekday afternoons 3 to 7 during the season. He and his co-host Jim Miller do a 2 to 5 show on Saturdays. Then on Sundays, he's part of CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Hope you enjoyed your last weekend home with the family. Okay, hope you kissed certain people on the cheek, shook certain people's hand, and said, I'll see you in mid-February.
Well, after years of listening to you give this speech to me right about now, I can tell you that you enjoy bringing it up more than I enjoy saying goodbye. So stop it.
Will do,
Mark,
sir.
Why does the same old joke work for him every year?
Well, because sometimes the truth is funny. And
Right.
Here's the problem. Me, and if anybody's listened to the show, as long as we've had you on, you don't take days off. You work as hard as, if we take a day off, you guilt us into submission for taking a day off because you don't ever take one. So our audience has learned over time that you may say you don't enjoy, I'm going to miss my family. You would miss football far more.
There's no doubt about it. I love it, and I do get excited for the season. But my new plan of the strategy for 2025 is to call David every time my flight's delayed. That could be 2 calls a weekend for 20 of them.
Just good. If I get to return the favor, that'll be fine. Listen, do you have a point of emphasis, to quote something the NFL is fond of saying, heading into a season? They usually do it with officiating. Do you have a point of emphasis or maybe a point of great curiosity at the start of this season?
Yeah, on the curiosity front, I just looked at, and I think your last guest was all over it, and it's not just college football. It's like, how do you predict anything anymore? And so the games on the curiosity level, Green Bay favored over Detroit, Indy favored over Miami, New England favored over the Raiders, the 49ers favored over Seattle, the Rams even favored over Houston. When I watched Houston's defense this summer, they're serious. So I just look at those games and go, it's too early to know who's who. But when I looked at those kind of games, I realized they're guessing too. And I do think there's opportunity for the guys who like to gamble. I always worry about the new head coaches. I don't think any of the new head coaches, not the 2 guys playing each other, Vrabel and Carroll, but all those other guys, they're not going to have winning seasons. I don't think you would pick them. The Chicago, the Jets, Jacksonville, New Orleans, Dallas. It's going to be a rough ride for those guys.
And a lot of those guys, Pat, are play callers. I mean, that
Yeah.
to me, we let in a break, with Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen, these guys are known for what they're able to do when calling plays. And you have to run a business now. You're running the whole damn thing. So calling plays is more than that. And that's where I look at, Jacksonville and Chicago, 2 teams that I think have the talent to have turnarounds. And I don't know how big those turnarounds are, but I'm not worried. I'm interested to see how the coaches handle the job.
One of the guys I did work with, Bruce Coslett, was a play caller for the Bengals. He gets the head job at the Jets, and really all he liked and loved was play calling. And I've heard you guys talk about the coaches that love play calling, and David was talking about someone surrendering that. Bruce didn't surrender it. And what I learned about what I was witnessing with him was he absolutely needed an assistant head coach that managed all the other stuff. So if you see these young guys that are head coaches that want to call plays, if they don't have a real veteran assistant head coach that can attend all the meetings, manage all the other stuff, and reduce the head coach's workload of what he would call non-offensive play calling, they're going to make a huge mistake and they're going to lose track of where they are as a head coach.
You concerned about either back, quote, injury, unquote, the Rams still having to comment about Matthew Stafford? They say he'll play Sunday against Houston. Green Bay getting very specific about Micah Parsons, may need a back injection, actually describe the injury that he had, which I had never heard of, a facet joint sprain between L4 and L5 in the back. They just obviously gave him a boatload of money. I'm curious, are you concerned about either guy?
Well, I'm always concerned about head, neck, or back, but Stafford has been very conservative / cautious in preseasons for years now. So I'm not as worried about him, and he'll manage it. The other guy, he passed his physical. So you can say what you want. And then they used the word may. So I'm not worried about him either. I think we all know what that was all about. And when I hear the word may, I think it kind of justifies that we passed him on his physical and we gave him all this money. But no, I'm not really worried about either one of them. Now, can they get injured? Of course. Do I think what they are presently dealing with is enough to keep him out of football? No.
What do we have, like 7, 8 division games this week to start the season? 8 division games to start out the season. Talked a little bit about it Friday, but Pat, is this a good thing for the NFL? To us, that why they don't need it week 1. They don't need these rivalries on tap week 1. The league's strong enough. Do you like all of these division games?
No, I think it's too much. We don't need that much entertainment. And then next week, there's 6 more. So we're at 14 division games in the first 2 weeks. You know, if you have I talked to Raheem Morris yesterday, and he was very happy that he doesn't have back-to-back division games. He's going down to play Tampa, who he swept last year, and then is not in the division mode week 2. But if you're a guy who has back-to-back division games and you go 0-2, you tell me what's their chances of winning the division 2 weeks into this thing. So I don't really think we need them, and I just don't think that everyone's team is set and ready to go. Here's a point I'll make, though. What a tremendous advantage for any team that has a true veteran quarterback who's very good versus a team that's starting a young kid. Tampa Bay has Baker, and Penix is coming out. He's got a little bit of experience. But I think if you're get division game and you're playing a young kid or a brand new coach, that's a tough call for those guys. So how does Chicago play Minnesota? Yeah, Minnesota's got a quarterback, but he sat around, and we all like to say they learned, just like Rodgers did and all that business. But I look at those things and say that's a pretty tough spot to be. How about Dallas going to Philly? You know, all that stuff is a little too much on the line too early in the season, and it'll come back to haunt a couple of them.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7, Saturdays 2 to 5, CBS's NFL Today show. He joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Listen, we know coaching matters. Miller and Moulton probably talk about the value of coaching more than most Yahoo shows do. If it's possible to just compare rosters, how much better is Kansas City's roster than Denver or Los Angeles's? I mean, just from a roster standpoint, which is, taking Reed and Spags out of the equation, I know. But just rosters. Have Denver and LA caught up?
Well, they closed the gap for sure. Jim and I had to pick divisions yesterday. It's always fun to speculate all that stuff. Of course, I could only come up with 2 teams that are breaking into the playoffs that weren't in last year. When I know damn well we should have 4 or 5, I just couldn't find myself. Jim only could find 1. Now, the roster versus roster, I think to talk about that, you almost have to take the quarterback out of it, because Mahomes kind of covers up stuff. But if you just left the quarterbacks out of it for the moment and looked at the rest of it, yeah, I think a lot of teams in the West have caught up to Kansas City. Then there's the Mahomes factor when you re-enter it, and he kind of makes things different. So that one guy, I like Bo Nix, but he's not Pat Mahomes. And I like Justin Herbert, but he's not Pat Mahomes. But I do like the Denver roster. a lot. I like the Denver defense. I bet you Spags would love to coach that Denver defense.
Oh, please. With those corners, my goodness.
Yeah, so it's interesting, but again, here are a couple of things I am worried about. Tackles that are not going to play this week. So we have 6 of them that are legit starters that aren't going, and some of them are already done for the year. And we also have 6 rookies going. So there's 12 tackles that are not going to play. And if you're combining that with a young quarterback, you got problems. Atlanta, I talked to Raheem, as I said, they're missing their first right tackle and the second right tackle. And they got a left-handed quarterback. Then you go over to Houston, Cam Robinson. He's going to, he's not able to go. Slater's done for the year. Good news, Tyler Guyton's going to go. Tristan Wirfs isn't going. So that's a problem. Jackson out at the Rams. Oh, now Ekwonu is coming back from, and I don't know for sure what's going to happen. He just had an appendectomy last week. And then you have all these rookies. Banks in New Orleans, Connolly in Washington, Simmons in Kansas City, Ursery in Houston. That's because of the Cam Robinson deal. Membo at the Jets, Will Campbell at New England. Rookie tackles and backup tackles. If you're really paying attention to the football part, that's an element that might change scores.
Well, the tackle in Kansas City, from everything I've read, they're talking like he's the second coming, Pat. How critical is that job, that position for that team right now?
Well, that goes back to my comment about Mahomes. Mahomes has negotiated bad tackle play in the regular season almost his whole career. It's just when you get to the final game or two, that's where it surfaces. He'll figure it out. But again, we love Andy, and Andy's was a line coach. But have they been picking good tackles?
No. They've missed more than they've hit. In the last 5 years with the guys they've drafted, they've missed more than they've hit, which is surprising.
Very surprising to me. So the tackle thing is a problem for me. There's also 11 quarterbacks. This is stuff you guys know, but 11 quarterbacks are going to start for teams they didn't play for last year. And we have these limited practices where we don't do enough work. And we don't get into the 9-on-7 stuff, and we don't do enough team reps. Walkthroughs. When I hear coaches with a straight face tell me they count walkthroughs, I go, license and registration, pull over.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio, CBS Sports. More with Pat after this.
When you're craving the real taste of Chicago, there's only one name to know. Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell them Miller and Moulton sent you.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So you got to go on location this week, right?
Yep, we'll be in Green Bay.
In Green Bay.
I want to talk a little bit about that game. I got on Tuesdays, right after you, I have Cower, and we'll be discussing what he wants to talk about. And I'm trying to push him into analyzing the Green Bay run defense without Kenny Clark and the other big kid that went to Cincinnati, Terrell. But they've lost the inside guys. And this crazy Detroit team, your hometown team there, Mark, they will run the ball. They'll run it over 30 times with the two backs.
Well, how good are the replacements at center and guard for Detroit in your estimation?
Well, the center is Glasgow, so he's done it many times before.
Right.
So I'm not worried about that part. Yeah, it's not going to be the same, but you're not blocking the same. The guys replacing Kenny Clark, one is the 6th round pick from Bowling Green, who's never started a game, and the guy behind him is a college free agent. Last year, Detroit's 2 running backs averaged 29 rushes a game against the Packers. And now they're not having to block Kenny Clark or that other kid, the big guy. Was it Slayton?
I think you're right.
Terrell Slayton, who was 360 pounds. So those guys are gone, and they will run the ball against this team last year. So that's what I'm looking for Bill to really get into. Everyone wants to talk about Parsons. You can run at Parsons, and you can double and block it. You know, he has 27 games in his career that he didn't get a sack. You know, he's like a lot of guys, little flurries of sacks. And I'd be more worried about Green Bay's run defense against those two backs. You say anything about Dan Campbell? Public enemy number 1 was Green Bay, and he's 5-1 against them in the last 6 games.
No, I mean, that is true. I mean, you know, they were never good in my life, but I think Green Bay meant the most to Lions fans because you got the whole Upper Peninsula, believe it or not. That's what they choose. Are they a Packer fan or the Lion fan?
I got a lot of those guys. They go over that bridge at the top and come down the Wisconsin side. And most of them are Packer fans way up there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so, yeah, it's an interesting thing. But, I mean, we had a big mega trade, and my job is to convince Bill to weigh it out. Which thing appeals to you as a coach? So that's that storyline. We're going to work on that one in a little bit. Gambling. We only had one game on the card this week that's over 50-point over-under. Last year we had 6 games that hit the over on 50.
That's Buffalo and Baltimore, right?
Yep. It always rings in my ear about David saying there is no more home field advantage. Here we go again.
Numbers the last 4 years, home teams straight up, I think, are like 53%.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think we were ahead of that one, David. That home field means nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, when Vegas has dropped it to 1.5. Okay. I mean, that.
Yeah, it was 2.5 down to 1.5. But I just, Detroit has owned Green Bay. Now, I'll give you, Jordan Love has thrown 59 passes against Detroit last year and threw 1 touchdown.
Well, that's the big thing. Jordan Love against the Lions, Vikings, and Eagles last year.
Yeah,
played him 6 times, went 0-6. And
he also went 1-5 in the division.
Right. Well,
that's a shocker to me.
Lions and Vikings, 0-4, right?
Yep. So it's those games that kind of interesting to me. The Indy, I kind of liked them a little bit this summer, but not now. Favored over Miami.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan. David Samson will join us coming up in 40 minutes time at the top of the bonus hour. Pat will join us Tuesdays and Fridays at 8 a.m. Eastern for 2 segments on both days here on Miller and Moulton. All right. Week 1, what was your biggest concern, and has it changed now from when you were coaching and in the front office? Your biggest concern week 1 is?
Do we really know, especially with these young quarterbacks, what they can, how big is your, game plan? Are you guessing on stuff? Are you put stuff in the game plan because the film says that is what we should be doing against them? And then how are you going to find out for sure that the quarterback can do it? I think there's a lot of guessing about, and I think Tom Brady just said it today. The mental preparation of quarterbacks coming out of college is weak. They don't even get in a huddle. They get a play signal from the sideline. So you don't really know how much they can handle the transition of pro football. And there's enough of these young guys, and not some of them aren't just rookies. You got to take a look at all that stuff. And then even with veterans, Russell Wilson, I think he's going to be fine. Justin Fields, they're guessing. They're totally guessing what he can do. When I went to practice, it wasn't great. What can McCarthy really do? Rodgers will be fine. Sam Darnold will be fine. Daniel Jones, he's 3-13 in his last 16 starts. What do you think he can really do? The only thing we know is he's better than Richardson. That's not enough of a criteria.
And the Colts have lost 11 straight season openers. 11 straight.
And they're favored over Miami.
Right.
Tell me about that.
That's because the public has no faith in McDaniel in Miami.
Yep. You're right about that one. So it's a lot of things intrigue me about opening day, and it's the rookie coaches, I'd call the 2 rookie quarterbacks. So there's a lot of stuff. I find the New England Vegas thing interesting because of the 2 coaches. 2 veteran guys know what they're doing, have winning credentials. Pete more than Mike, but still Mike's got plenty. What did we find out last year? Okay, 3 coaches, new guys won. Washington, Denver, and the Chargers. Now, think about that. They were all playoff teams with new coaches. What was the common thread? All 3 of those coaches were former head coaches.
Yep, there's no doubt. Well, let's get to the game you're going to be at.
Yes.
Detroit and Green Bay, because they don't have those problems. They're both bringing back the same coaches, the same quarterbacks, although Detroit, from a coaching standpoint, had quite a brain drain. But when you look at this game, and you've said all summer when I've asked you about Detroit and the coaching loss, you were not worried about the offense because you think Goff can take over. The defense went through a bunch of injuries, and now a new DC. When you look at the Detroit defense, what do you see?
Well, I like them in pass coverage. I think they've got good players back there. Hutchinson's back. He was on his way to a phenomenal season before he was injured. They've had a good history against Green Bay, which means they have a good history against Jordan Love, who's thrown 1 touchdown last year and 59 throws against the Lions. That's not going to get it done. But the most important subject for me is the run game. Detroit's run game, with that 2-headed monster they got in the backfield with Montgomery and Gibbs, against the defense that now doesn't have Kenny Clark, and Slayton's gone, the big guy, the 360. So that, I think you're going to see at least 30 runs from those 2 backs, probably 15 each. And then you're going to see what I think was a common thread for a while is Detroit forces turnovers against Green Bay. I think they forced 9 of them in the last 5 times they played. And they won all 5 of those games, by the way. So forcing turnovers by the defense, the Detroit run game, yet Green Bay's favored to win. It's like the Parsons phenomena is here. But there was a Belichick phenomenon until last night, too, until David went to sleep. He went to sleep right before the Tar Heels went to sleep.
The game Thursday night. Are the Cowboys a mess? I mean, is this Al Davis at the end when he made the Raiders a mess. Forget the Micah thing, for example. They signed Deron Bland to $23 million a year. Well, the Deron Bland from 2 years ago was worth it. The guy who played last year wasn't at all. I don't know if he's worth half. They signed Jake Ferguson to a pretty significant tight end contract. I don't know if Jake Ferguson's one of the 30 best tight ends in the NFL. I sense the Cowboys don't know what they're doing.
I think in regards to the Bland deal, how quickly they got that done after they lost Parsons. And they went to $42 million of cap space. And I think they felt like we got to start using it because we said we're going to now sign them. Tyler Smith will get signed in a week. You watch. And that'll be the next one signed. So your real question is, are they building a mediocre roster? That's what you just asked me.
At best.
Yeah. And they're still going to have to play Tyler Guyton to tackle. Some teams by now would have moved him to guard or traded him. But we're going to find out. But I'm with you on the roster. There's a bit, and this will be right up your alley, David. There's a little bit of me that would take the Giant roster over theirs.
I think I've heard David say Dallas is closer to the Giants than they are to the Commanders.
Mark, that was my bait in the water to see if I could get him snap at it.
But he's been there. He was there all last week, Pat.
Very good.
If Andrew Thomas, the left tackle, can give them 15 plus starts, I think they'll finish with a better record.
Yeah, and so it's again a rookie head coach who's been in football his whole life, a rookie head coach with Jerry. And now where they are, they're praising their new run defense look. And I get it. But who's rushing the passer? The three guys that are going to be revolving into that Parsons spot, they had 0 sacks last year.
Well,
one was a rookie. One was hurt. Oh, yeah. Now they talk about Sam Williams like he's great. He had 4.5 sacks.
Well, they brought Dante Fowler back. That's really what they're hanging their hat on Dante Fowler Jr., aren't they?
Of course they are, but if you start running protection to him, he'll disappear.
All right, what tackle missing is going to be a bigger problem? The Atlanta tackle or tackles, as you pointed out, protecting the blind side of Penix, or Wirfs protecting the blind side of Baker?
I think the Atlanta situation. Now it's interesting. They have 3 tackles on the practice squad and 2 on the roster that are labeled right tackle types. So I think they're already telling us this is going to be a revolving door until we find a combination. But it's a young quarterback. That's why I'd say Wirfs is a better player than anything they had, except Wirfs has Baker, and Baker can negotiate this stuff. And he also runs a lot more than I like him to. But I think Penix will have a lot more pressure on him.
Since the only game that will take place before you're back on Friday is Cowboys at Eagles, do you give Dallas a puncher's chance?
No, nor do I think you guys do either. I don't really care about point spreads and stuff, but it depends how badly they want to put it on them. Or are they just going to try to get ahead and then, run the clock down and get out of there? Saquon's a huge problem for them. Hurts is a real problem for them. The receiver, we spent half the spring trying to discuss Brown and how good he was. And I think you'll see plenty of stuff from those guys. And are they going to block those 2 big tackles inside? I don't think so. I think this thing, they win by 2 touchdowns easy.
Eagles right now, 7.5-point favorite Thursday night at home against the Cowboys. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio Moving the Chains, which is weekdays 3 to 7, Saturdays 2 to 5, Sunday with CBS and the NFL Today Show. He'll be at Lambeau for the Lions and the Packers on Sunday. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, we'll talk to you Friday. Thanks.
Take care, guys. Thank you very much.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller & Moulton.
I certainly don't think they got lucky, Logic Man. I mean,
What was lucky about the win?
To me, there was not. I mean, could you say it was kind of a lucky great catch? Sure, but Beck looked very competent at quarterback. They played well on both lines of scrimmage. I mean, I think that the kid for Notre Dame can play a little quarterback. I thought he was.
I did too.
I thought he was good. He started out ugly, but he got better as that game went on.
Yeah, CJ Carr in the second half. Yeah, that's
hell of a lot better than Arch Manning in the second half. And those are similar rosters, at least as far as payroll goes. God, I love making comments like that about college football. But you have to, I mean, Notre Dame, that's a preseason top 7 in the country. And they were supposed to be really good at both lines of scrimmage. And I think they are. Like, put it this way. I thought Notre Dame was in the playoff heading into the weekend. They lost. I still think they're a playoff team. This weekend in college football sucks. I mean, what game are you doing?
Oklahoma State at Oregon.
Okay, you've got the Michigan game. I was looking through the entire Big Ten trying to see competent football games. Now, they're both bad, but I think Michigan State and Boston College is the third best Big Ten game of the week.
What game does NBC have at night, or are they running a Notre Dame? Can't be running a Notre Dame game, right?
Well, Notre Dame's at home.
Yeah, but I don't think they have anybody worthy of putting in prime time.
I mean, Penn State's got FIU. Ohio State's got Grambling. We already know Michigan is a good opponent. Oregon's got Oklahoma State. Illinois at Duke. Indiana, Kennesaw State. USC, Georgia Southern. Nebraska plays Akron. Oh, Iowa State's probably the NBC game.
Okay, Cyborg. We did it last year.
No, that's a big noon kick.
Illinois Duke is big noon on ESPN. Michigan, Oklahoma is on ABC prime time.
Michigan State, Boston College is on
It is.
ABC.
Oh my goodness. Oofta.
By the way, UCLA plays is this at UNL? It's at UNLV, David.
They're only a 2.5 point favorite.
Right. And you know where you can find that? On the CBS Sports Network.
That's right.
I mean, this is a dreadful college football week.
Outside of Michigan, Oklahoma, what do we have?
Nothing. Nothing.
Don't laugh.
Iowa State might be the next best game.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when David Samson joins us. And he will be jet lagged. Listen, whatever you did over the weekend, Labor Day, and we hope you had a great time. Hope your life is going well. And hope your college football team won, etc. He did his show Friday, flew to Tokyo, was there, 30 hours? Didn't we figure it out?
Something like that.
And flew back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's his love for Ichiro and respect for Ichiro, because he was
Do
being
you
honored.
love or respect anybody outside of your family to make that trip for? Like, I would think there's one person that you might do that for. That's Gary. And I'm not being a jerk. You guys are very good friends. He has helped make your career a hell of a lot better than I ever would doing this, whatever we do.
You're right. That was who I thought of. I would, there's nothing I wouldn't do for Gary. Yeah. Very instrumental, not just his friendship, but very instrumental in my life and has improved my family's life a great deal. Yeah, absolutely. I would do that for Gary, and I would do that obviously for a handful of other family members.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
And I'm very fond of you. Okay.
Right.
I'm very fond of you. I would take a bullet.
And I you.
Right. And we joke, we would take a bullet from one another and then we quantify it. We go, could it be the shoulder? Could it be the thigh? I mean, I wouldn't mind coming. I'll come close to death for Mark. I don't know if I want to die for Mark. Okay. That's kind of where I think Miller and Moulton are with each other. We'll take the bullet. We just hope it's a bad aim.
Right. We're thinking that Sopranos episode where the rapper wanted to get shot to improve his street cred, and he took one in the ass and it backfired on him. That's
right.
That's what we're looking for.
Right. We need a shoulder. Can you hit me in the shoulder?
Right.
That would be good.
Clean exit, preferably. But yes.
Yeah, for Mark, because he still wants to play golf. Okay, I can have it lodged in mine. I already got a rod in my right arm. Okay, so you can lodge it in mine. Mark needs to keep playing golf. Okay, so this needs to be a clean shot. But anyway, yeah. So how about that? That's a great. That's a great question for everybody to ponder. When you hear David Samson's travel schedule for the weekend to be there for Ichiro when he's being honored in Japan for something, how many people in your life would you do that over a holiday weekend for?
By the way, I'm going to let everybody know a little public service announcement. We get very excited. Football season has started. And we have the NFL on Thursday. We have the NFL on Friday. We have a good, maybe a really good Saturday night game between Michigan and Oklahoma. Yeah, you can take off the rest of the college football Saturday. You really can. This is what they call a dud. And David has been harping on this show for nearly 20 years about what the networks pay and sometimes what the colleges deliver for a schedule. And as impressive as week 1 was with the 3 top 10 matchups and then Florida State taking down Alabama, week 2 is awful.
I say this with a great deal of confidence. The South Florida game is one of the 5 best games of the weekend.
I agree. And I'll give you the reason why with an answer, or with a statement of fact, rather. NBC, who pays the Big Ten a pretty good chunk of change to carry their games.
That would be over $300 million a year, Mark.
For that $300 million, roughly what? 12 weeks, so about 25.
No, about 15 weeks if you start week 1. So it's about $20 million a Saturday.
$20 million a Saturday. This Saturday night, 7:30, NBC in prime time gives you Boston College at Michigan State. That's not a joke. That's a fact. Michigan and Oklahoma is far and away the best game. The next best game is probably also a Big Ten game. It's going to be the big noon kickoff. Iowa State. Your game, I don't think is a good game because Oklahoma State's supposed to be awful. But it's Oregon. They're good. And it's Oregon and Oklahoma State. I mean, the SEC has nothing. Nothing. It is a rough week 2 schedule. Week 3, fantastic. We'll be fine in 2 weeks. But this Saturday, bit of a dud. Bit of a dud.
That's what the NFL's saying. Don't worry. We got you covered.
Right. So you've got Thursday, Eagles, Cowboys. You got Chiefs, Chargers. Friday night. Saturday night, you get Michigan and Oklahoma. And Sunday will be glorious. All of the 1 o'clock games, Packers and Lions at 4:25, Ravens and Bills that night. And then just for good measure, your first Monday night game, well, I think there'll be a few people interested in Bears-Vikings.
But let's give it up for the Canes. Let's give it up for the Knowles. By the way, we got texts that, the Big 5 in the state of Florida went 5-0. Take it easy.
Hey, those came from me. I don't know what don't tell me to back down. Those were coming from me on Saturday. All right.
All right. But our poll question, biggest win of week 1 of college football, South Florida, LSU, Miami, Florida State. Over 50% of you have been saying Florida State with the biggest win. See, to me, the key word in the question is biggest, not best, biggest. Now, you could argue the damage that Florida State has done to Alabama nationally this year, and that, we may now look at them very differently when sizing them up at the end of the year and whether or not they're worth a playoff spot if they're a bubble team. But I argue, and Mark, I think you do as well, that the biggest win was LSU.
And what is interesting about how you approached that, David, is that you're probably right with Alabama on the bubble. But because LSU won and beat what everybody thinks is the best team in the ACC until proven otherwise, that I think it gives a little bit of a landing pad for the rest of the SEC. Now, Alabama turned things around, beats LSU. Well,
Sure.
that victory means more because, I mean, it's a monster. After what happened to Alabama, I really think that the LSU win was a monster win for the SEC.
Also, look at their schedule now. Think about it. You're a Gator fan. Early in the season, don't you play LSU in Baton Rouge? Okay, win or lose. I mean, if you lose, you go, well, hell, they went in Death Valley and beat Clemson. Can't give us too much grief. Okay, and if you win, oh my goodness. I said, we have to say a few things on this show. And goodness knows, I went 0-5 in my picks last week. So take everything that I say with more than a grain of salt. I'd take it with one of those cubes of salt that you put out in your backyard that the deer come and lick. Okay, but I did say I thought the loser of Texas Ohio State was going to miss the playoff. And in part because, well, first off, I thought Ohio State was going to lose. And then they had games lined up on their schedule in which I thought the number in the right-hand column could be 3, and we've yet to see a team make the 12-team playoff with the right-hand column being a 3. But I even said, look at Texas's schedule if they lose this game.
Florida, Oklahoma, Georgia, A&M all still remain on the Longhorn schedule.
Only A&M is a home game. They're at Florida and they're at Georgia.
And Oklahoma, obviously, the neutral site game that they play in Dallas.
And that is one of those rivalries where, quite frankly, it doesn't matter how each team is doing. Each team's been a 2-touchdown dog and beaten the tar out of the other when they were in the top 10. I mean, that is a great rivalry game.
But LSU to Miller and Moulton was the biggest win of the weekend. We understand why you're voting for the Noles. We get it.
Yep.
It was big. We know.
And
we had Jeff Cameron on earlier to talk about it, by the way.
And you could argue it was clear. I think clearly it was the best win of the weekend. I mean, who else was a 2-touchdown dog besides Tarleton State? Hello. By the way, about 80, 90 minutes northwest of Dallas, Tarleton State. And I know that because my godson went there and got his undergrad there, and I was there 2 years ago at his college graduation.
Near Tyler, right? Didn't you tell me? Or is it
no, Tyler's the other way. Tyler's an hour east of Dallas. Tarleton's about 80 minutes northwest of Dallas. I think it's on the way to Waco, actually.
What isn't?
Hello. But anyway, they were paid $250,000, by the way, by us, the taxpayers. Army wrote a check to Tarleton State for $240,000, $250,000, I think it was, to then lose at home in double overtime. Tarleton State's trying to join Conference USA. Good for them.
By the way, according to Phil Steele, Conference USA is the worst conference in college football. He puts the book in order, if you know what I mean. And I thought the MAC was ranked worst, and I looked, and then do me a favor today, because we all remember what used to be in Conference USA. I'm not going to bore you and go through the teams, but if you have a minute, go look up the Conference USA standings and ask yourself this question. I didn't know this team played college football, and how many times will you ask it of yourself?
But outside of Tarleton State going to West Point and winning as a 14-point dog, anybody else? So it was the best win. I don't see how you can not consider Florida State the best win. And maybe we're getting technical here, but our question reads the biggest win of week 1 in college football: South Florida, Miami, LSU, Florida State, all terrific wins. Congratulations to them all, and happy for their fan bases. And by the way, if you're a Gators and a Canes fan, don't you have to be thrilled that South Florida did what they did to Boise State? You'll get credit for that win now if you're able to win. People won't just dismiss it as well, and they played South Florida non-conference. Yeah, you want to schedule them?
Yeah, I mean, you patted yourself on the back on the 0-5 week and said, well, at least I picked Utah to go to the Big 12 title game, and based on week 1, they looked good. I can do the same thing with the South Florida one because I have Tulane going from the group of 5, and with Boise getting beat, that and Tulane just whacked Northwestern.
Yeah, yes, they did.
That new quarterback from BYU had like 2 weeks of practice and did everything he wanted to do.
Did you hear the controversy with the Tulane Northwestern game? So it was the anniversary of Katrina. And
what's Northwestern thinking here? Explain to me what they're thinking, David.
They're saying Tulane asked too late. That Tulane asked about they wanted to wear a plain uniform. That's what they wore the first game after Katrina 20 years ago. They wanted to wear the same uniform. They apparently asked Northwestern like 11 days before the game, something like that. And Northwestern said, basically, we've already mapped everything out. Sorry. Because apparently
they wanted to wear a white helmet, right? Because they
Right,
wanted to have a Katrina, some sort of
Right.
remembrance
Yep.
of Katrina on the helmet.
And so anyway, Northwestern said no. Well, Tulane, which had no ill will towards Northwestern, played them as if they were their arch rival Saturday. And when the game was over, the Tulane head coach went to the microphone and basically said, yeah, those guys suck.
Yeah, 11 days? Seriously? In the world you mapped it out 11 days ago, and my goodness, you can't change Northwestern? Ooh, thought you were a smart school.
So, yeah. So not only did Tulane beat Northwestern by 3 touchdowns, they trash talked them as the flight was taking off back home.
But all of the wins by the teams we have listed, big wins. Right now, you say Florida State's the biggest. Miller and Moulton disagree. We say, in fact, I would rank them LSU, Miami, Florida State, South Florida.
No.
Because Miami beat Notre Dame. These are 2 teams if Miami doesn't win the ACC, how far does that win go into securing them a bid?
Well,
that's a big game for the Canes.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, 10-2 Notre Dame, 10-2 Miami, you know who has to get the bid first, right? I think it's also a huge win for the ACC. Huge. I think it does more than make up for LSU beating Clemson, by the way. Georgia Tech winning, Miami winning. Okay. I think those outrank, if you will, Clemson's home defeat. David Samson, jet lag and all. Next. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
So I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters, floormeisters.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Is this the time that you ask questions like, who am I and where am I at right now after that trip, David?
I just had a terrible show. I lost track of time. I couldn't have, my word recall was bad. Just, yes, when you've done thousands of shows, it happens, but I didn't sleep last night. I landed last night. I slept on the plane. But yes, I literally didn't sleep a minute last night.
Ouch. So you just had you walked out on stage in Cleveland and said, I love you, Detroit.
It was, I forgot how to close the show. And I lost track of time for the first hour. And Cook was yelling in my ear, break. And I was like, and I said, like, no, I'm in the middle of a story. I lost, it was insane. And then I closed the show wrong. I've had the same close. It's just business. This is nothing personal. Every show for 1,400 shows. And I said, talking about Aaron Judge, and I said, it's business. This is David Samson.
Yeah.
You were in the ballpark.
Yeah, people knew what you were intending.
I'm not looking forward to the post-production meeting that's happening in 13 minutes when I get scolded.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
here's the thing on the scolding. I'm just going to help you out a little bit. What's the name of the show?
Damn right.
Nothing personal with who? With
But
who?
I hear you, but I appreciate Coca. He's been with me since day one. He is not a sycophant. He gives it to me the way I need it, and he's going to give it to me today, as he should. I got to be better. Listen, we're live. You got to be better. You don't get a day off. You don't get a segment off. You just can't.
So in other words, what you're trying to say is you were a Mets starting pitcher today? Is that what you were? As a Mets fan, I can go there.
Just call me Sean Mania.
Yeah, really. Golly.
They stink.
they're going to stink in the playoffs as a wild card.
Can you believe the first round could be Mets, Dodgers, and Yankees, Red Sox?
Could be.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour on this first Tuesday of September, and that means it's time for David Samson. He is the host of the award-winning Nothing Personal with David Samson. You can follow him on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. All right, we tried to lay it out for our audience, but tell everybody the just crazy 72 hours you've just done to yourself.
Well, Friday after the show, I got on a plane and flew to Tokyo, landed on Saturday afternoon, then took a bus 30 minutes to a train, the bullet train, for an hour and a half to Nagoya, Japan. Got there Saturday evening, had dinner somehow. Sunday, went to a game at the Nagoya Dome where I saw Ichiro. And here's the jersey. It's a purchase jersey. 21,000 fans watched Ichiro, and Hideki Matsui hit a 3-run home run. Dice K played in a game along with Kaz Matsui. They were the 4 big leaguers on Ichiro's Japanese All-Star team. Ichiro pitched a complete game, 1-hitter, 111 pitches. He's over 50 years old, and he sat 83 to 85 all 9 innings. I kid you not. I was there. It was insane against a all-star high school girls team. And let me tell you something. They're doing something in Japan because these girls, they're throwing 75, 80 miles an hour. It's hardball. It's baseball. Like the Women's Professional League, like Madonna, Lori Petty, Gina Davis. These girls are unbelievable. But Ichiro threw a 1-hit shutout. But by the way, it was an amazing game. It was an amazing thing to be a part of. The game ends. I was at the ballpark for 8 hours, went to dinner, woke up, flew back, got into Newark, New Jersey last night at 7 p.m., drove for a few hours, and I was back live at 7 a.m. the way I always am. Didn't miss a show. However, I didn't sleep last night. I can't see straight. I don't know anything. I'm totally caught up because there's Wi-Fi on United the entire time. So I was caught up, and I talked about Bill Belichick this morning and Arch Manning and what's going on with Aaron Judge. So I'm good, but I'm a little tired.
All right. You just said that Ichiro invited you, and that's why you went. And it got David and I talking. Is there anybody out there that would invite us to make a trek like that we would for? What was the invite for? Just to see the game? What was just, why were you there, if you will?
Because this has been a special year for Ichiro, and this game, if you asked him, and I've not said this publicly before, the Hall of Fame, becoming the first Japanese Hall of Famer, very, very important to Ichiro. His relationship with Cooperstown is well documented. But I would tell you that this game is more meaningful. He spent an hour with the team, just talking to them after the game. He does these games each year, and I've never been able to go. And this is a year that I just wanted to honor Ichiro. I wanted to honor my relationship with him. It's why I went to Cooperstown. It's why I went to Cooperstown twice this year. Once for his press conference, once he got elected, and once when he actually was put into the Hall of Fame in July, not knowing I'd be in the speech. And I knew the year was ending with this game because for him, do you know the day? Here's a little note. The day after he got inducted into Cooperstown, he was working out, getting ready for this game, getting his arms stretched out. He still dresses for every Mariner home game, works out with the team. He's the throwing partner for Julio Rodriguez, for crying out loud. You can't believe what Ichiro can do. And you look at Dice K, you look at Hideki Matsui, and they can still play. But Ichiro could be a major leaguer today. And when I had an opportunity to go and I told Ichiro that I could make it, he was honored and that I would go and make the effort. But it's what you do for people when they're alive. I'm not a big fan of funerals. I play that game with Lebitard. Would I go to someone's funeral? It's not really the best game because that's not the question. The better game is, would you go to Japan for the weekend? And I think that it's far better to do things for people when they're alive than to do things for them when they're dead.
Well, we asked it of our audience and we asked it of each other. How many people in our lives outside of immediate family? And obviously, Ichiro is not family. So, how many people, that's the equivalent in our lives to Ichiro, would you do the travel schedule that you just did for? In our remaining moments, and this is an awkward transition. There was back in the day, you could, when September 1st came along and roster sizes increased, you could add the town of Butte, Montana to your roster and get away with it. And now it's only what, 2 more guys? How many are you allowed to add? It doesn't seem like enough, quite frankly.
Well, now you're sounding like the GMs and the union. So what was happening is back in the day before the CBA changed, September 1 had something called expanded rosters, but that's really not the right word for it. The roster in Major League Baseball is 40 men. It's always 40 men. The active roster was 25. Now it's 26. It used to be on September 1, you could call up anyone on your roster. So you could have 38 guys in the clubhouse like it's freaking spring training. And owners would get spoken to by GMs. Hey, man, we got to get a third catcher. We got to get as many bullpen arms as possible. We'd like to have extra utility people. And really, please, we're going to need 7 guys. But when you call up guys, A, they're getting service time. B, they're being paid at the prorated minimum. And then C, when you travel, there is per diems, there's hotel expense, and you're going to think I'm cheap. But it was insane. And so we'd always fight with the GM every year. You really need all these guys. And finally, the owners said to the commissioner, I don't want to fight with my GM anymore. Change the rule. And so the rule got changed that now there's a maximum number of September call-ups you can have. And frankly, I thought it was 5 in September, but it may be fewer. It may be 3, but I don't think so. But there is a number that's way under 14 because the number used to be 15 when it was a 25-man roster and then 14 when it became a 26-man roster. But now it just doesn't happen, and owners don't have to fight with GMs and don't have to have players who are upset that they didn't get the call up, so they're not getting the extra month of service time. Those fights just don't happen because the rule got changed.
Look, we've talked about what the league wants from a standpoint of a World Series, but right now, if I were to give you $20 to put on a team to win the World Series, is there any team out of everybody that's going to make the playoffs and teams that might be able to sneak in the playoffs? Is there any safe bet right now? Because to me, this is completely, every team has a bunch of flaws. The teams that didn't have flaws have been injured, like the Brewers bullpen right now. They've been playing the best baseball. Their bullpen's a mess. Is there anybody you can look at and say, well, I think they're going to win the World Series and say it confidently?
So let's get away from the recency bias, Mark, and ask what year and what team did you say that about where it actually happened? Where you went into the playoffs saying, oh, this is the team, or now it's only September 2nd, where you went and said, oh, forget September. I'm telling you, I know what's going to happen in October. Has that ever happened?
I think there have been teams that we thought were going to get there. Like, I think there have been Dodger teams that when they got beat, you're like, how did that happen? They seem to be better than everyone. Right now, I look at 12 teams and I'm like, I don't know.
It's like a dream. It's exactly. So it's a funny thing that's happening right now with collective bargaining starting now and the agreement ending at the end of December. So in about 15 months. It's funny, but all of this parity, baseball loves it, but they also hate it. They would like the Dodgers to win 140 games and the Mets to win 140 games because it will get the owners riled up and it will get a very strong stance in collective bargaining where you say, hey, we got to get a cap. We got to figure out a way to reel in these teams. The problem is right now, there's a bunch of low payroll teams like the Brewers who are the best team in baseball. So that argument sort of stinks. But the union also looks at it and says, oi, owners are looking at the Brewers and they're again seeing it's not just the Rays, although Matt Arnold is a Ray, but it's not just the Rays. Matt Arnold runs the Brewers. We can't have teams with low payrolls doing well because we can't have owners thinking they can have low payrolls and do well because then they're going to want low payrolls and then do well. So this is the sort of season where I love it because we don't know who's going to win the World Series. There is no true prohibitive favorite, but both sides of the aisle, commissioner's office and the union, they do not like how this season's playing out.
For the record, you can only add 2. You can only go to 28, and
Wow.
you're only allowed to have at max 14 pitchers. And so most teams right now have 13 pitchers and 13 position players. So for most teams, it's adding a pitcher and it's adding a position player. For the record, back in the day, Miller and Moulton's argument was all the guys in the dugout shouldn't be eligible that day. Okay, that you can call
Like
up
hockey?
100. Okay, yeah, like you can call up 112 guys, but part of the lineup card was these are the only 25 or 26 that are eligible today, so that this way the managers on the other sides knew and what have you.
But back to what David said, you're still giving all those guys per
I know.
diems, hotel rooms, and
Yep.
plane rides.
What a great, so the plane ride though, if you have seats, you never call up more. The people who get screwed are like the lower level baseball operations employees who can normally find a seat on the charter and go to a road series and then say they'll stay with a friend and you'll let them fly with the team. In September, like we changed the rules of which family members could fly because we had so many guys and they had to be on the plane. But the extra seats on the plane, those are on the house because Delta doesn't care whether you have 2 people on the plane or 120. Well, there's always only 60 first class seats, but whatever, you're paying the same price. But the point is, I didn't realize what a great victory. I didn't realize the number was 2. Thank you for that. But what an amazing victory for owners, only allowing 2 call-ups in September. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. I love when owners of a $12 billion annual industry are able to save about $800,000 in the month of September.
It matters.
That is just outstanding because
stop
the guy in Pittsburgh is going to pump it back into his payroll.
Always does, Dave.
Always does. Anyway, 30 seconds. Did you have a big concern as a GM in September that doesn't exist April through August?
Yeah, because you're ready. Too many years. I was planning for next year already. That is the biggest concern you have is that, oh my God, we're still playing games and the best we're going to do is be a spoiler and we're going to celebrate keeping the Mets out of the playoffs and we're going to pretend that we're so happy about it, but we're despondent because it's fun to keep someone else. It's like misery loves company. No, I wanted to compete.
Listen, that's crap. You take glee, still joy to this day, doing what you did to the Mets in 07 and 08. Don't kid yourself.
Tearing up. Sorry, it was so good. Ugly and I were just talking about it, but we said we'd rather win the World Series.
Yeah.
But if we can't, keep the Mets from winning.
I was going to say, your 3 favorite moments, running the Marlins, winning the World Series, sticking it to the Mets, and sticking it to the Mets.
Oh, God, you're so right. You know us well.
It's David Samson. Nothing personal with David Samson.
Get some sleep. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
So I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know, a lot of you are probably non-TikTok people. And I know David's one of them. So I can't even send him videos because he can't watch them because he doesn't have the app.
Right.
But what's fun is I buy junk on TikTok. And it's mostly junk. But there are little gadgets every once in a while that I see that look fun. And they're never that expensive. And they never ship like the day that you order it. They ship far later. So all of a sudden crap shows up at the door. I'm like, oh yeah, I did buy that.
So, guys, my mom, sorry, Mom. So, my mom orders stuff because she sees it. She's like, oh, that would be good to get for so and so for such and such. So then my mom takes it and puts it in her closet and often forgets about it. So, a few of us have gotten things in the mail, April, May, what have you. And it's like, what is this? And she's like, oh, I got you that for your birthday. I'm like, Mom, you were there. You know my birthday's in December. Yeah, I know. I ordered it for you, and I forgot it. So when I saw it, I just figured, well, yeah, might as well send it to you. Oh, okay.
So my examples of bad TikTok purchases. I bought a degreaser that was horrible. Didn't work at all.
Ooh.
Bought a thing to like my daughter just missing some teeth still doesn't do well with corn on the cob. So I bought this thing that you can just scrape down and all the corn comes off. That was fun. I like that one.
Okay.
And the two-sided tape that's supposed to be fantastic's on its way.
Ah, okay.
Also bought some shorts from TikTok and they fit well and they were cheap and they work.
Huh. Who knew? Must have been fun going to the door and saying to your wife, hey, believe it or not, this package is not for you.
Exactly. So I just got a call during the last break because I bought a generator and part of it, I won't get you into all the deals, but I needed questions answered before I pay for said generator.
Right.
And they don't when you call, you get an answering service. Doesn't matter what time. You don't get a person. You get their service, and then they call you back. They asked me if it was urgent, and I said, if you want to get paid. But they called this morning, and I said, I really can't take a call until after 10. And she's like, well, I'm going to have the person from finance call. I said, okay, again, let them know they can't call me until after 10. Odds of the call happening in the next 40 minutes.
I got the. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm betting on it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. What a fun show with Jeff Cameron, Pat Kirwan, David Samson. You missed any of them? Go to millerandmoulton.com, download what you missed. More and more of you are doing that. We're very appreciative.
By the way, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins on the show tomorrow.
Really? Huh. That sounds
We'll
pretty
be
good.
curious. You know, Bud picked Alabama.
Yeah. To win,
to
the
win
natty.
the natty.
To win the natty.
Right.
Right. Uh-huh.
Chris Perkins picked the Miami Dolphins to win 9 games.
By the way, there's been a couple of different, and I hate when they do this, like ESPN, they did their computer simulator thing. They had the Dolphins winning 9 games and making the playoffs. They also had the Tampa Bay Bucks sneaking in as the 7 seed and then going to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Going on a playoff run as the 7 seed.
So they have Atlanta winning the division?
They have Atlanta winning the division. The Bucks is a wild card, but Tampa Bay goes on a serious playoff roll and goes to the Super Bowl, where they lose to the Buffalo Bills, who the ESPN simulator had going 13-4, clearly the best record in the AFC, blah, blah, blah. But so there's a lot to it. Now, then, you know, they get their experts together and they release another thing online, and you're like, well, that's totally different than this. But anyway, they apparently only did the simulator one time. They didn't do, 10,000. No. Apparently, they put all the information in and they hit play. And that's what spit out for them. Dolphins go 9-8. Here's the other thing, by the way. Houston doesn't make the playoffs. I mean,
at whose expense? Jacksonville?
Tennessee, I believe.
Whoa.
I know. Tennessee has a Commanders type regular season, and that's what their simulator said. It was
Here's the thing with that simulator. Blow it up. Blow it up.
Just
blow that damn thing up.
I agree. Okay. It didn't
no
work.
one is going to hold that simulator accountable the way our listeners will hold you and I accountable for making picks. And we're not a computer. We're not close.
Okay.
This brain functions better than mine, but we are not a computer.
This is how bat blank crazy. And remember, this is coming from a guy who just went 0-5 with his weekly picks last week, folks. And this is how off the mark I think ESPN's Football Power Index simulation, in which normally they do 10,000 simulations, they apparently did 1. And this is what it spit out. Both teams that played in the Super Bowl last year missed the playoffs this year. Chiefs and Eagles.
How much money would you lose? No, and I'm being take that because I think the Chiefs look at. I still think they're going to be good, but that division, we all acknowledge that division's better than it was a year ago. Denver's a lot better, and on the come. The Chargers are better. So, all right, just put that to the side. How much money would if I said? I'll bet you whatever you want, the Eagles are going to miss the playoffs. How much money would you take out to bet me on that?
I would put my marriage at risk because I would take money from an account that my wife doesn't know that I have. Okay, so that when I lost it, she'd be like, where'd that come from? Well, That's how much I would bet on the Eagles not missing the playoffs this year.
If I were to just give everybody out there, you can pick one team in the NFC to make the playoffs this year. Wouldn't the Eagles get 90% of the bets?
I don't know who else. How could you make a case for anybody else but the Eagles?
Right. I mean, you look at the North, Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, all really good a year ago. If one of those teams misses the playoffs because of the strength of the division and the fact we believe Chicago's better, okay. I mean, I'm high on the Bucks, but if it came between the Bucks and the Eagles for one team to make the playoffs, I'd take the Eagles.
So here's about the only thing, Mark, that I think you and I would agree with this one simulation. They do have the Saints with the first overall pick of the draft.
We're on board with that.
Although what's interesting is they have them with 5 wins earning the number 1 pick. That's usually a lot more wins than what gets a team the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, usually it's 3. I mean, 3 or less, right. I would say.
So very quickly, Cowboys win the East at 9-8. Eagles finish 8-9, miss the playoffs. Commanders 7-10, Giants 6-11. Lions win the North at 11-6. Vikings earn a wild card at 10-7. Bears go 9-8 but miss the playoffs, and the Packers finish last at 8-9. Falcons win the South at 10-7. Bucks get a wild card at 9-8. Carolina and New Orleans with 6 and 5 wins respectively. Rams win the division at 11-6. Cardinals make the playoffs at 9-8. And Cardinals win a playoff game according to their simulation.
So according to their simulation, if I heard that correctly, the Rams are the 1 seed in the NFC. That was your only 11-win team. Falcons were 10, Cowboys were 9, Lions were 10, I thought.
Yeah, you are correct. Right. The Bills, we'll get to the AFC in a moment, but yes, the Rams were the 1, Detroit 2, Atlanta 3, Dallas 4. By the way, their simulation, and I don't know if it's lower or higher. Anyway, the 2, 3, 4 seeds all lost at home in the NFC wildcard round. Bucks beat the Lions, Cards beat the Falcons, Vikings beat the Cowboys. Anyway, AFC, Bills, far and away best team at 13-4. And by the way, Dolphins 9-8, and they get a wild card. In the North, the Ravens win the division in a tiebreaker at 10-7. The Bengals get a wild card. Tomlin has his first losing season at 7-10. Browns 5 wins. Mark, here we go. In the South, the Colts win the division at 10-7. It's not crazy. They've done 9-8 and 8-9 the last 2 years. That's not crazy. Titans 9-8. That's out there.
That's nuts.
And they're a wild card, winning a wild card tiebreaker with the Texans and the Chiefs. By the way, I'll get to that in 10 seconds. So Colts with 10, Titans and Texans with 9, Jags at 8 and 9, finishing last.
Now think about that. They are giving that division 36 wins.
Yeah.
Think about that.
I know. That's
blank crazy right there.
It's more wins than they give any other division in the AFC, quite frankly, doing the math here. 34 for the East, 32 for the North, and let's see, 18 and 16, 34 for the West. Broncos win the West at 9-8 in a tiebreaker with the Chiefs, who miss the playoffs. Raiders and Chargers both win 8 games. So in the AFC playoffs, Baltimore beats Miami in a 2-7. Tennessee beats Indianapolis in a 6-3. Denver beats the Bengals in a shootout 35-32. So Bills play the Ravens in the AFC title game. The Bucks play the Vikings in Minnesota and beat them because the Vikings beat the Cardinals. And the Bills win the Super Bowl by 14.
Okay.
I give them credit for doing it, seeing the results, and saying, well, we got to let everybody know what it says. No, you don't. They suck. No, we did it. We'll take the heat.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
So I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
This is Miller and Moulton.
More of a surprise. Cowboys beat Eagles. Titans beat Broncos. That's the set. Those are the biggest. That's both the biggest line at 7.5.
Titans beating Broncos.
Let's go Titans. I guess Cowboys is up to 8.5 now. Thought it was 7.5 this morning. I could be wrong.
I was going to say 7.5 last I looked at it. That was only an hour and 15 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Yeah. You're right. It really was 7.5. We had Pat on it. 7.5.
I swear it was. I swear it was.
I looked right at it. I referenced it. Now it's 8.5.
By the way, I may have to listen to it again, but I think Portnoy got the words to the Michigan fight song wrong. I think he went leaders in best twice as opposed to champions of the West the second time through. It was so contrite. It was so bad.
I think the best thing may have been that not a lot of people watched because they were watching game day.
Right. I'm with you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Fun show today. And thanks for being with us. 22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. As Mark mentioned earlier this hour, we've got Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins on the show tomorrow. For the most part, Monday is wide open on our show, and Tuesday through Friday, we have set guests at set times committed throughout the football season. So it's appointment listening, try to cover as many of the beats as we can while also leaving enough room in the show for us to talk about some of the things we want to talk about. You guys chime in, et cetera, et cetera. So, but it started. It's September, baby, Mark. The schedule is set. Let's go.
Right. And David and I did something we don't do very often on the weekend. We did text one another.
Right.
And David said, do we want a Canes guest? And I said, Zagacki or bust. If I can't get the voice, then I'm not interested in anybody else. And Joe said no, which he does, obviously, with all we pay our guests, can do whatever he wants.
Right.
And we thought we could do enough talk on the Canes and their big win over Notre Dame. It's part of our poll question today. What was the biggest win of the college football weekend? And overwhelmingly, you say Florida State. The Canes way behind. 56% of you saying the Noles, 19% of you saying the Canes, 17% saying LSU, and the rest voting for South Florida. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1864. Sherman captures Atlanta, ending the Atlanta campaign in the Civil War. Today in 1901, Theodore Roosevelt
said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick. You will go far." Bing Crosby made his solo radio debut today in 1931 on the CBS radio network on his 15 Minutes with Bing Crosby program. It's only a couple of songs. Byron Nelson won his first PGA today in 1940. Pretty good match. He beat Sam Snead 1-up. The formal surrender of Japan in World War II was today in 1945. Wilma Rudolph won the gold medal at the Rome Olympics, first of 3 gold medals at those games for Rudolph in 1960. Stan Musial overtakes Tris Speaker to move into second place behind Ty Cobb on the Major League Baseball all-time hit list today in 1962. The CBS Evening News was expanded from 15 minutes to 30 minutes today in 1963 with Walter Cronkite. 1966, Joe Auer returns the opening kickoff 95 yards for the Dolphins in their first ever regular season game. But the Raiders would go on to win 23-14 at the Orange Bowl before 26,776 fans. First game ever. Not even 27,000. Connors and Chris Evert made their debuts today at the U.S. Open as teenagers in 1971. And Marco Miro whooped John Cook for the U.S. Amateur Championship today in 79, beating him 8-7.
And Cook was trying to go back-to-back. He had beaten Scott Hoke in the final of the year before. So he was trying to go back-to-back. Think about that drubbing. You're the reigning champion. You've won 11 straight match play matches over 2 years, and you get beat what again?
8-7.
Damn.
Criminal Whitey Bulger, Adolph Rupp, horse trainer Dwayne Lucas, John Thompson, and the honorary 5th member of the Beatles, Billy Preston, would have all celebrated birthdays today. This birthday list is ginormous, David. Dick Motta is 94. Peter Uberoth is 88. Glenn Sather, 82. Terry Bradshaw and Tiny Archibald are 77. Jimmy Connors is 73. Mario Tremblay, 69. Eric Dickerson, 65. Gerard Gallant, 62. Keanu Reeves, 61. Lennox Lewis is 60. Selma Hayek's 59. And the answer is yes. Martin Straka is 53. Damon Stoudemire, 52. Alexander Barkov is 30. And Will Anderson is 24. What did I miss, David?
Barkov's just 30, huh?
Uh-huh.
That's what the whole rest of the Eastern Conference is saying. They're going, oh, wow, the guy is 30. So he's probably only got 4 or 5 more years where he's the best player on the ice most nights. Oh, good. Great. So I don't think he missed anything.
Well, hell, let's do this then.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Custer County, Colorado for the good. Even though there's no reason to have that accent when you say Custer County, Colorado, it just sounds more fun when you do it with that accent.
I was going to say, who is that in your head right now?
I don't know. I think he's actually on the Dukes of Hazzard, which is in Georgia, but Custer County doesn't sound like it should be in Colorado.
I see that I agree with you about. Custer County does not sound like a Colorado county. That sounds like a Georgia county.
But they turned a bad into a good when a semi-truck overturned. It was loaded with corn. Corn all over the road, but the corn was picked up, taken to the Fire Protection District, where members of the public were invited to drop by and take as much corn as they wanted for free.
Now, see, I'd have no problem with that. As most people could guess, I don't have a problem with food hitting the floor and then grabbing it and put, the 3 second, 5 second, whatever your rule is, I'd have no problem. And I understand that 43, 71, whatever it is, I'd have no problem with it. I mean, it's got
wasn't chucked. I mean,
right.
It's still got the husk on it. The corn's fine. Little road bruise maybe, but you're fine.
Totally. I'd have no problem.
For the bad, we go to Orange County, LA's version, where a Maserati was pulled over, and when it was pulled over, officers found over 90 canisters of nitrous oxide in the vehicle. It is illegal to huff nitrous in the state of California, so the owner was arrested. Finally, the ugly. A fun day for kids turned a little weird after a woman reportedly climbed on top of a car and took off her top while families attending the West End Fun Day saw the woman gear down to her bra and dance on the stage. Then she danced on top of the roof of a car where she started twerking in front of the children. She was finally arrested when police were called. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, September 2nd, here on Miller and Moulton.
Well, everybody's playing in baseball. All right. Not everybody played yesterday, which is stunning, but everybody's playing today. Like the Yankees didn't play on Labor Day. National holiday, you don't want the Yankees playing, huh? Are they familiar in Park Avenue with the New York Yankees, their history, their tradition, far and away the most popular team in their sport?
David, yesterday was Labor Day.
Right.
I know people in Florida don't get it, and I've lived here a long time now. I understand why you don't. I forget. But Labor Day, to most of the rest of the country, is regarded as the last day of summer.
Correct.
Baseball's kind of a big deal in the summertime.
Right.
One would say on Labor Day, every damn team would play every year. It doesn't make any sense.
Mark, that's number one. And number two, if you told me that there was only going to be one game on Labor Day, I would bet money that one of the two teams involved would be the New York Yankees.
But anyway,
makes
sense.
Nope. Yankees are in Houston. Man, I'd love to try to sneak in a garbage can of this. I know there's probably no way in Houston. They have no sense of humor about it. But, man, these two teams do not like each other. They don't. Yankees genuinely are still angry. I don't know how many guys in that dugout were on the 2017 Yankees who got screwed because the Astros cheated. But it doesn't matter. It's passed down through the ranks. They hate those guys. Toronto and Cincy continue their series in Cincinnati. Mets and Tigers continue their series in Detroit. Marlins still in Washington. Tampa Bay home for Seattle. Tampa Bay with a win gets to 500, by the way.
Yeah, it just seems that all of those teams, whether it was the Guardians, now the Royals, if the Rays get there, it just seems that they get good enough to get to 500 and then really don't have much after that. You know, the Reds got near and close. They've kind of scuffled along. I think you said the Giants have made a run to where they're right around 500. They'll lose 4 in a row. That is just what's happened throughout the year for all those middle teams, if you will.
Seattle up 1.5 on Texas, 2.5 on Kansas City for the final playoff spot in the AL. The Mets 4 up on the Reds, 5 up on the Giants.
We need Seattle in the postseason. I'm not messing around. The big dumper can't have the year he's having.
Agreed.
And then have them collapse in September.
It also
we need the big dumper in the postseason. We really do.
Could cost them the MVP.
Absolutely.
Can you give the MVP to a guy on a team that, I mean, I know Andre Dawson won it the 1 year on the last place Cubs, but, you know.
But that's generations ago. They don't do that anymore.
That was almost 40 years ago, in fact. What else we got? So, tennis. And Mark's fed up with the U.S. Open. Done. He's seen too much of it on both ESPN and ESPN2. He's tired of turning on one of the 4-letter networks and seeing tennis. Mark, they're down to the quarterfinals. There's basically 4 big matches today. Here's the problem. They're apparently going to hold them all on Arthur Ashe Court Stadium there.
Okay.
Well, then these matches are not going to go at the times that they're going on. Like they've got the Jessica Pegula quarterfinal, the American 4 seed at 11:30. Well, that means Alcaraz's match isn't going to start at 1 o'clock. I mean, come on now, in all likelihood. Tonight, Sabalenka, the women's top seeds, playing at 7. They got Djokovic and Taylor Fritz scheduled for 8:30. Probably not. Probably a little later than that. But anyway, those are the 4 big matches at the U.S. Open today. 2 WNBA games, the season winding down. In fact, I think.
Didn't that season end already? I mean,
No,
Caitlin Clark got hurt around the 4th of July, so I'm pretty sure that league ended when she got hurt.
It didn't end, just people paying attention to it ended nationally. She, however, is trying to come back for the playoffs. That's when people may pay attention to it for 3 to 5 days again. Anyway, 2 games at 10 o'clock tonight, if you're interested. Let's see. The FIVA of Indiana and the Mercury of Phoenix are playing at 10 o'clock on NBA TV.
By the way, 2 signs that you're far older than you actually are. Number 1, I wondered aloud, and I know yesterday there wouldn't be any golf because it was Labor Day, but even on Sunday, I missed that there really wasn't golf on TV. That bothered me. That's the first sign that you are much older than you think you are. The second, I announced to David during the day because there was nothing on yesterday until the North Carolina football game. And I don't have the MLB network because of YouTube TV. It's not part of their package. I do, however, have Sirius satellite radio and all of the sports channels. I was listening to Mets Tigers yesterday. Not just on the phone, but I'm able to do it throughout the whole house. So not only was I listening to it, I forced the entire house to listen to Mets Tigers radio broadcast.
That's today's sign that you're older than your birth certificate says.
You got it. You got it. Saw something on an ad where I can get whatever off AARP. Probably should take advantage of it.
Mark, that means that you're going to take the whole crematorium thing that comes in the mail. You may actually look at it and ponder that steak dinner for that 2-hour conference.
Ponder it. I'm going to down it. I'm not going to ponder it.
And we're not talking Samantha. Ba-dum-bum. Thanks to the good folks at Floormeisters. We broadcast from the Floormeisters studio. Thanks to American Paint Supplies. Okay, all our guests appear on their hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Like Jeff Cameron, Pat Kirwan, and David Samson. Miss any of the show? Download it, millerandmoulton.com. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, and Chris Perkins tomorrow. Have a great day.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
So I asked him at Floormeisters, hey, what do you want me to tell everyone for September? He says, Well, tell them I just bought 100 pallets of Core-Tech. So I've got so much of it, I can keep the prices low. Plus, installation's always available. Delivery's always available. And tell them Floormeisters has colors, 15 of them that no one else has. Floormeisters in Naples, next to Costco, whether it's carpet, tile, or Core-Tech. The best flooring, best service, at the best prices. Floormeisters, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.